Welcome back to the Fire Games, everyone. Tonight is a very special episode. Not only are we shiny hunting Shroomish and a few other shinies once we find our shiny Shroomish. This is May's birthday stream and she specifically requested Shroomish, so we are going to get after it tonight, folks. And we're going to find a few shinies. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. So let's just make sure I got everything pulled up. And this is what it's going to look like. We could find a shiny Zigzagoon, Cascoon, Silcoon, Slickoot, Wurmple, or we could find a Shroomish. There's two right there. Jay, what's going on? How are you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. Dude, that was so funny seeing you like 3 other streams the other day. That was awesome. I think it was last night, actually. Dude, that was great. I freaking love that. So how you doing, brother? How art thou? Jason says, hey, how are you doing? I'm doing good. How are you doing, Jason? Good to see you, man. Always good to see you. Hope you're doing well. May, happy birthday, May. Hope it's going well for you. Thank you for being here. This is the birthday stream, so we're going to get this popping real good with a shiny Shroomish, or a few shinies, but we're going to do whatever it takes to find the shiny Shroomish. We're not going to give up on it until we find it tonight. Jay says, it was. Yeah, that was hilarious. I saw Jay in like 3 other streams, so that was great. It was absolutely great. I've been looking forward to this all day. Oh, there's a Taylor. I didn't even know that was a possibility up in this route. That is great. Jason says, happy birthday, May. Yes, absolutely. Happy birthday, May. Hope that is going good for you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm looking forward to this. Matter of fact, happy birthday, May. And then I'm going to pin this so everyone can see it. I think I pinned it. Okay. Pin message. There we go. So yeah, thank all y'all for being here. Burger, what's going on, Burger? How you doing, man? What's going on? Burger says, happy birthday, Mother May. Yes, absolutely. So I hope y'all are having a great day, or been having a great day. What is today, Monday? Yeah, I was expecting a slow day. That's what threw me off there, because I was like, what day is it? Because it was a pretty busy day. I was expecting a slow Monday, and that's the problem. If if I go in like expecting, a busy day, I'm gonna rock it out. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna knock it out of the park. The danger is when I go in expecting it to be a slow day and it's not. Yeah, those really hit you. It's always the punch you don't see coming that knocks you out. We almost got knocked out, but no, it was a good day. I loved it. Loved it. Always good to make some money. Jay says, hey again, Berg. Burger says, Nick, good to see you, bro. How was your day at work? Good tips? Yeah, it was some good tips. Yeah, I had some big parties. I definitely liked it. And this place where I work at now, I don't always do it, but they add gratuity to party 6 or more, which, as a server, that's amazing. But I don't always add it, and it ends up working out pretty well for me. So yeah, it was a good day for that too. So yeah, how was y'all's day? May says 5 minutes. The anticipation for me is crazy. I love this, May. Thank you so much for being here on your birthday. I hope everything is going well with you as well. Out on the homestead and at work as well. Jay says, I know, right? But yeah, just for y'all popping in, who was it we popped in? I saw Jay in like 3 other streams, I think last night. So I know Shiny Pokemon Hunts was one of them. I'm guessing Raibo as well. I'm trying to think, who's the 3rd stream? It was more Hari. I think that's who it was. I was watching Hari stream. I always love to see him. And love to see all y'all too. So that was great. I saw Hopper pop in some of the streams too. So that was great. Burger says, I say 2 hours, bottom right corner, Shroomish. Okay. Honestly, I think we're going to find 1 or 2 shinies before we find the shiny Shroomish. And the Shroomish has like a 10% chance to pop up. As you see, we're getting I mean, there's a lot of different Pokemon that we can get here. I got a sneaky feeling we're going to find a shiny Cascoon. I don't know why. Or a Zigzagoon. Now I'm thinking top left corner. I'm going top left. Jason says, how have you been since last stream, May? May says, it is. Everything has been perfect since I escaped. I feel amazing. Good, May. Good. I hope everything continues to be okay with that situation, and just so glad you're here, May. I hope you're having a great birthday. It's going to be lit. It is going to be lit. Jay says middle left in 1 hour. I don't know if I gave a time estimate on mine. I just said top left, but we are moving pretty quickly, so I'm going to say hour and a half for our first one, but the second one will shine immediately after that, like 20 minutes after. May says, but do you know why I said 5 minutes? Why is that? Burger says, May needs to share that cake she has. Excuse me. Burger says, May, why? You must kill that whole Gatorade. But yeah, why 5 minutes, May? Oh, and speaking of May, let's look at this Mudkip here. This one's actually named Wandissimo. It was a Nickelodeon theme, like, nickname, so we got Wandissimo. We've got Stimpy, the shiny Wurmple. Excuse me. And we got Whismer, named Rin, a lonely nature. So yeah, we got they're all like pink and purple. And Jason says top right in an hour and a half. Okay, I'm thinking top left, and I said an hour and a half as well, so we're thinking pretty similar there, Jason. Burger says, hey Nick, when does YouTube allow you to put up donations for the chat? Does it need to be 3,000 hours? Yep, it needs to be 3,000 hours. We've already hit over the 500 subs. And the last I checked, it was 2,797. So 2,797 hours. So what you say, 2,800 hours. And it's behind by like 4 or 5 days. So I think if you count the other streams, it's coming soon. It's coming soon. But thank you for asking, Burger. Yeah, it's just right around the corner. You know what? I mean, one good stream could just about do it too. But this is definitely a great stream no matter what. This is May's birthday stream. I love doing this. I've only done one other birthday stream, and it was for Jay. And believe it or not, we called it a hat trick. If I'm not mistaken, we got a hat trick on the last stream. We got the shiny Pikachu, the shiny Voltorb, and a shiny Machop right there at the end. And May says, because that would be the exact time I was put on Earth, so technically I would be older at that exact time. Oh, so crap. Pretty much probably right at this exact time right now. So happy birthday, May. We love this. I love that. And Pixel Pro, what's going on? Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a great Monday night. It's May's birthday stream. Burger says, May, you were a blessing. Absolutely. To so many people. Jason says, that's awesome, May. Burger says, Nick, I'm excited to see your channel blow up. Thank you, Burger. It means a lot to me. It really does. And I have only y'all to thank. Burger says, hi, Pixel. Scribble says, oh, shiny Mudkip. I'll scroll and find this cutie on my feed. Hey, it is a cutie. Excuse me. It is one of my favorites. Definitely one of my favorites. Burger, what's going on? Good to see you, Burger. How you doing, boss? It says happy birthday, May. Yes, happy birthday, May. This is her birthday stream. And we're looking for the shiny Shroomish. I mean, so no matter what we find, we're going to keep it scrolling. Or strolling. Or hunting. Till we find a shiny Shroomish. Vaporeon, what's going on? What's going on? How are you doing? Hope you're having a great Monday night. Welcome in. Worm says, hey guys. Yes, welcome in, y'all. Welcome in. So let's see here. Hopper said, what's good, y'all? Ooh, new profile pic. Nice, Hopper. Love it, dude. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Shiny, what's going on? Says, holy Shroomish. Yes, we got a good roll there. We got 3 of them. But yeah, you can get a few different Pokemon this route. A Talo. We're in the Petalburg Woods. So yeah, welcome in, everyone. And everyone wishing May a happy birthday. Yes. Happy birthday, May. And she said a few minutes ago that she just turned right at the exact time she was born. Was pretty much, you know, right about now or about 2 minutes ago. So a happy birthday. Shiny says, hey everyone. Scribble says, hope it's a shroom. Gotta be one of my favorite shiny grass Pokemon. Yes, and with it being May's birthday stream, she did request a shiny Shroomish hunt. And I'm sure she would have requested Mudkip, but I think she was here for the previous Mudkip hunt. So, and she's got cake for everyone. So, big W for May, y'all. Big W. Scribble says he's got the little red spot, so cute. Oh yeah, it is a goated shiny, and Breloom is one of the most underrated. Vaporeon says hunting with a normal Pokemon in front of your party is faster because of the shiny sparkle. Oh, good point, good point. But yeah, I already have it sped up, you know, a little bit here, so I feel like it kind of counteracts it. And it's cool to just see the shiny Mudkip, I like that. But you do make a good point though, Vaporeon. Elijah, welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you again. Sorry I'm late. No, better late than never. Shiny says, I got a finished inventory. I'll be back. Hey, take your time, Shiny. Take your time. Good to see you, though. Love your streams, brother. Love your streams. That was one of your streams last night. I saw Jay in there, too. Might have saw Hopper in there, too. Worm says, I'm at work. Hey, well, hope you're having a great shift. I was expecting a slow Monday, and it was not. I almost got knocked out. But it was a good day. Made some good money. And Jade, what's going on? Excuse me. I wanted to drink some more water. But Jade, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Happy Monday. Scribble says, tonight we find the shroom. Burger says, Elijah, just in time, just in time. Better late than never. May says, when we find the shroom, can I name him? Absolutely, May. Absolutely. I'm not taking that away from you. Shiny says, Half-Blood Jade. Is that a Harry Potter reference? You know, I thought the same thing, you know, when I'd first seen the name, because I think I just read the book too. Last year last year and a little bit of this year, I read the Harry Potter books for the first time. That was actually my first time like reading a book since high school, being forced to. Actually, like, excuse me, no one forced me to sit down and read these books. I thoroughly enjoyed it. May said it's good. I'm free. Yes, and a good. So glad to hear that, May. So very glad to hear that. Elijah says, "Yay! Glad we all could help." Jade says, "Yes, it is." That is awesome. Because you know the books, you got Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. And then the next one's Harry Potter and there ain't no secrets up in this chamber. Then you got Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. You got the next one's Harry Potter and the Giblet of Fire. Then you got what's the next one? Oh yeah, Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Which ended up just being a number 9 in a large fry. Then you got, you know, Harry Potter and the half price Bloody Mary. And then her Deathly Hollows is the last one. May says, I now shall turn into a Pokemon. Is it going to be a Mudkip or a Shroomish? Jason says, earlier I found a shiny Pidgeot in ZA. It was slightly over double the level of my Pokemon at the time. I think it was level 37 and my Pokemon were level 18. Thankfully I caught it. Ooh, nice, nice. Yeah, that would have been a scary moment. Oh, sorry. I think I finally got my throat clear. Burger says, May, I have a Master Ball. Careful, I'm on a catching frenzy. May says no. Oh. And what are you going to turn into, May? Elijah says, oh, okay. Burger says, Jason, I've never found a shiny Pidgeot. Not even a Pidgey. Yeah, that's a good one. Scribble says, I caught a shiny Totodile through Island Scan. What should I name her, May? Aw, I love that. Deferring to May for the name. May says, name her Chomps. That is a good one. I like shiny Totodile. It's a little underrated. I like that turquoise color on it. It's one of the many scenarios where the shiny sprite is much better than the original sprite. And let's see, Scribble says, I can't decide. Burger says, Mother May, is your birthday, so I will pass by and let you roam. Hey. Scribble says, perfect. Love the name, Chomps. Burger says, Scribble, nice. Elijah says, let's sing Happy Birthday to May. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mother May. Happy birthday to you. And many more. And oh, Elijah actually sang with me. We love that. Thank you, Elijah. I thought I was singing by myself. And Burger sang with me. Thank you. And Scribbles. Thank y'all so much. Happy birthday, May. May says, oh my god, I love y'all so much. Of course. We love you, May. Happy birthday. This is lit. And Jay says, aw. Yes. We're definitely getting that shiny Shroomish. You're definitely naming it, May. So be thinking of ideas in your head of what you think might possibly be a good nickname. Elijah says, you deserve to be happy, even if it's for one day. The situation that is over. May says, no one has ever celebrated with me before, so this is amazing. Love that, May. I love that. This community is turned into something that I could have never even dreamed of. It's amazing. So that melts my heart, May. Burger says, Nick, in the future when we do have time, you need to pick a random mod and do split screen catch shiny battle. Ooh. I like the way you think, Burger. Pretty smooth. I like it. Jason says, ever Burger or NZA? In my first playthrough, I got 25 shiny Pidgey. It was almost at the point it was getting annoying. Same with the 27 fletching. I bet. May says, you didn't have to, but you did anyway. Thank you so much. Well, you didn't have to take time out of your day, to come into the, the community and hang out with us and what you do. So thank you, May. On behalf of everyone else, thank you. Scribble says, oh, well, I'm proud we are making your birthday more epic. You know, I'm going to try and speed up a little bit so we do find a shiny pretty quick for you, too. Burger says, Mother May, hopefully in the future when Nick becomes the famous shiny tuber, he will fly us all to meet. I would love that. And, you know, if y'all have any ideas, you know, I mean, we can manifest destiny to this, you know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking we do something big, right? Like, rent a house up in the hills. Alright, so, you know, I got a few ideas. Maybe like we do something centrally, like center of the United States, like Colorado. We get like a huge log cabin and just party it up in like Aspen or something. You know, maybe even go snowboarding or something like that all together. Or we could just rent a big house up in the Hollywood Hills and just really just or, you know, I just don't know where I'd be living. I'm like, I would say, y'all come to Georgia, but it's Georgia. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be hot. It's gonna be really hot. May says, I have a special quote that I made. Oh, let's hear it, May. Jason says, I love that we could be here for May's birthday. Elijah says, what is it? Burger says, Nick, I am coughing as well. You need to either drink some tea or cough drop. I know, right? Yeah, it's getting bad for me. And it just comes at like different times too. Like right now, everything feels pretty good, but like, here in a little bit, I know it gets wild. So I definitely need some cough drops. I need to try that one remedy with honey as well. You know, I think if I open up my window, I think it would help out a little bit. It could be like, I don't know. Burger says, Mother May drop it. Oh, Grizzly, what's going on, Grizzly? How are you doing? You know, I was talking earlier about how I saw Jay in like 3 other streams. But I saw you in another stream as well. I was trying to think who it was. But welcome in, Grizzly. May said, for those who wait, get rewarded with love. But to find that love, you need to find the right person. Never stop looking, or else you might miss them. Never get up on finding your friends. Elijah says, peak. Nice. User says, might as well hack them into gameplay if you consider not even really playing it in any kind of legit way. Oh, I find it legit, and plenty of other people do, but I'm sorry you don't, user. Elijah says, absolute cinema. I know, that was great. Burger says, Nick, I think the best thing we can manifest is planet we save and meet in the middle of the state random. Okay. I love it, Burger. Thank you for brainstorming with me on that. Jason says, that was great, May. No, it was absolutely amazing. I loved it. Burger says, Mother May, loved it. May says, oh, thanks. I came up with it earlier. Scribble says, everyone increase your shiny luck with chats, good vibes. Thank you, Scribbles. Thank you. I love the name Scribbles, too. Grizzly says, I've seen you too, Nick. I think it was on Ribo's stream. Okay, cool. Yeah, Ribo, dude. Dude, he's a great dude. Love some Ribo. Really great streamer. Very engaging with the chat. Just super nice. Like, you can, like, tell, like, this dude has a great character about him. Like, kind of like, you know, Morihari. Just someone that I had the great, like, intuition that this is such a great person at heart. May says, I have a second one. Alright, drop it like it's hot. Jay says, hey, Grizz. Elijah says, I want to hear. Scribble says, it's awesome, May. Burger says, Grizzly, how you feeling today? Yeah, dude. Again, thank you for being here. It's always good to see you, Grizzly. You have great conversations, man. Grizzly says, I still think I'm not enough, bro. Nothing changes how I feel. Yeah, you can't think like that, you know? You're plenty good enough. You know that. And the only thing holding you back from anything is making that change. And you are strong enough to do it. If my scrawny ass can do it, I know you're strong enough to do it too. Jason says, User Eagle, this is 100% legit. Literally, the only difference is more screens and it's sped up. The shiny odds are the same. Yeah, it's a good point, Jason. Yeah, it's like, there's no cheat code. I mean, sometimes we go 11 hours, you know, it's still with, I mean, and that's the same amount encounters. That's kind of bad luck. So it's just kind of, you know, sometimes when we have like those odds where we go 30,000, you know, honestly, that would take us a whole year, you know, to do just that one hunt. Which, you know, I have so much respect for people that do the hardcore OG hunts, but this isn't really about a competition or Olympics of any kind. It's just having fun, you know. I'm glad some of y'all get the vibe on that. And Grizzly says, depression is kicking it. But you are stronger to win that fight. You are strong enough to win that fight, brother. And hold on, let's see something. But Grizzly, you absolutely are strong enough. I just don't know another way to put that, but it's just, you've got to believe it. If you believe in yourself as much as I believe in you, you're always going to be very successful in every endeavor that you go after. You can be successful in anything. I know you can, Burger. Whatever's holding you back, whatever's eating at you, I know you're strong enough to defeat it. I know you are. Nearly says, what's your secret to getting a lot of views on YouTube? I started streaming about 6 days ago. I've only got a few. Do you vertical stream? And what is your content, if you don't mind me asking? Jason says, dang, Nova, may have some competition for poetry and quotes right now. Ooh, I think you should put some in the poems as well, and because I mean, and talking about the Discord, of course, but I always love hearing them on stream as well. But we might have a little poem off in the Discord. Once when Nova gets here, we can really get it popping. Elijah says, by the way, May, here's a crown and a cape. Oh, that's awesome. Scribble says, I gotta go to bed. I'll see you guys. It was nice meeting y'all. Happy birthday, May. Hey, thank you for being here, Scribbles. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You're very engaging in the chat and very down to earth. Very welcoming in the community as well. So always glad to have you here. Hope you enjoyed the rest of your night. And Burger says, night, Scribble. Elijah says, you're welcome, you deserve it. And Grizzly says, storms are getting worse and an intense new devil each time. Nothing's meant to be easy. Nothing's meant to be easy. But the harder it is, the more worthy of the satisfaction it's going to be to have it. Whatever battle it is, you are strong enough. May says, Nick, read my last quote. Okay, sorry it was going so fast. Whatever you do, never stop running, never stop living. Always keep going, as you will find that special moments will always make your world brighter. Always keep going, always love your friends. Oh, that was good. That was good. And Jumasku says, Meku says, have you ever reset on a shiny? I've not. I've lost shinies, but I've never done that. Even as fast as we go, I've never reset on a shiny yet. Near Light says, I am playing Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. I don't know how to vertical stream on my laptop. So when you stream, do you use OBS, if you don't mind me asking? Because that's what I use, and I can kind of teach you from there. Burger says, Grizzly, don't apologize. Elijah says, Hey, May. Hope this is a good day. Jason says, I bet Nova will come in shortly after I mention her. Oh, yeah, she can hear that. She can hear us talking about her. Grizzly says, good outlook, Nick. Thank you, Grizzly. I just want to help my friends any way I can. Jason says, I know things may be hard right now, Grizzly, but you will pull through and come out stronger. Absolutely, Jason. Thank you. That is the mindset. And it's absolutely true. May says, I'm newer at this poetry stuff, but I say I'm good at it. I'd say you are too, May. You could teach us a thing or two. Burger says, Grizzly, I'm all saying I receive... Grizzly, all I'm saying is receive our love and friendship towards you, and also, Grizzly, what's your favorite Pokemon? Yeah, Grizz, what's your favorite Pokemon? Chris, what's going on? What's going on? Grizz says, the dark is my best friend currently. But you are a light. You are the light, Grizzly. Solid says, happy birthday, May. Yes, again, happy birthday, May. Thank all y'all for being here for May's birthday. May, I hope it's an amazing birthday. And I'm going to pretty much do you like I did Jay for his birthday. And I'm going to say happy birthday, May. Pretty much about like every 5 minutes. I really like overjoyed Jay with it. I know it was like every 5 minutes. Happy birthday, Jay. I mean, I can say it so fast because I said it so many times. So happy birthday, May. And May says it was all of ours at one point. Used the flashlight. Near says yes, I do use OBS. All right, so it's in the upper settings. I want to say under scene collections. Because you would think it'd be down at the bottom, but no, what you need to do is go up to the top and set it to a certain thing to where it's the vertical what am I trying to say, aspect ratio. And I'll do some more studying or looking into it. If you want to hit me up on Discord, I'll definitely like give you a detailed rundown on that. And Solid says, thanks, Burger. Grizz says, you're not wrong. I'm always kind. Always love having you here, Grizzly. May says, darkness. Get away from my friends. Chris says, Jay, you know King, what's going on, bro? Jason says, I make eye contact with Burger while frying up a shiny Pikachu. I'll take a slice of that cheese. Ash Edit says, are you shiny hunting? Oh yeah, we're shiny hunting the Shroomish. Mary Bell, what's going on? Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Chris says, puts log on fire. Nice. May says, Grizzly, Mother May will protect you in the darkest times. Burger says, Grizzly, to me, he will always be the best grass starter. Who's that? Trico? Elijah says, you may have ups and downs, lefts and rights, but you can live a good life. Never forget that you can live. You won't forget the trauma, you won't forget the past, but you have the experience to move on. Wise words, Elijah. Wise words. Whoops. And Vulpanosaur? I like what we did here. I like the originality behind the name. So yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Burger says, Jason, you want beef? Elijah says, fully live life. You got to, you only get one. Burger says, I still have darkness, but I'm glad I found this channel. Same Burger. Y'all are very much a light in my constellation of stars. May says, Grizzly, I don't know if you're in the Discord, but feel free to rant to me. I listen quite well. And May can really give you some very solid advice in life. I'd say even better than I can. Grizzly says, no, Bulbasaur. Oh yeah, Bulbasaur is an OG to me. It's very close to my heart. And Vulpanosaur says, I'm a new fan of your channel. I started with your Snorlax hunt. Oh, that's awesome. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great Monday night. Thank you for being here. Elijah says, What that good, guys? Burger says, Nick, you built a great community. No, y'all built a great community. I couldn't have done this alone. Y'all know that. I'm like the quarterback that's always like I can't do this without an offensive line, which is true. With a bad offensive line, a quarterback's not doing anything. Without wide receivers that don't catch the ball, you think the quarterback's going to look good? Excuse me. Or a good running back to take the pressure off. I mean, or a good defense to give you the ball back. I mean, there's so much that goes into it, and y'all, it's like y'all are to thank, truly. It's y'all. Burger says, Elijah, what's up? Nearlight says, sure, hit me up on Discord. My name is Lily Moon Fox. Alright, I can write it down. I got a pen. I should, I'm a server. Lily Moon Fox, I think it was. Gotcha. And Grizzly says, by the way, got a new candy vape today. Purple Larry. May says BRB. And Vulcan Source says, I'm watching this on 2 devices. Nice. Double down. We love that. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're this close to being having the memberships and getting that pre-monetization step, which is a huge step. I never thought like I'd hit it within like 7 months of starting the channel. So again, that's all thanks to y'all. And Burger says, Grizzly, that sounds delicious. I just got a Regina George amazing strain. Helped with a lot of my migraines and upper neck stiffness. Regina, Georgia. It still blows my mind that the girl that plays Regina George in Mean Girls is the same like brown-headed chick from like Wedding Crashers and The Notebook. Like, what is her name? Rachel McAdams. But she looks so different from blonde hair to dark hair. It's unbelievable. Elijah says, I have cats and I love them. I love all animals. Definitely miss my dog. Definitely miss my dog. Grizzly says, nice, Burger. Yeah, I figured I'd make a shop run today. Nice, nice. Wolfen Source says, what's your favorite Pokemon? Probably Shiny Slugma. I do like Shiny Mudkip, or just Mudkip in general. Of course I have love for Charizard and Bulbasaur and Dragonite. All those cool guys. May says, I'm quite proud of myself. You know why, Nick? Why is that, Mother May? Elijah says, why, May? Lotus says, hi again. Welcome back, Lotus. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Nova says, I hate paperwork. Nova. Y'all, Nova has arrived. How are you doing? Welcome to May's birthday party. We're getting lit up in here. I've even got the party shirt on. Y'all probably haven't even seen it yet. Okay, I know it don't seem like much, but friggin' all the vintage like logo, like MTV logos. It's my party shirt. But yeah, Burger says, May, I'm proud of you. May says, my birthday also makes it a full year and a half no smoking. Y'all, that is big. Big W for May, y'all. Big W. Quilava, welcome back. Welcome back to May's birthday party. Elijah says, we are proud of you, May. Jason says, hey, Nova. Yes, welcome in, Nova. Welcome in. I'm sorry you hate paperwork so much. I really appreciate you stopping by. Always. Bulbanosaurus says, mine's Gyarados. Oh, Gyarados is a good one. I remember growing up, I loved Gyarados. I still do. Still do. But it was like one of those things I had to have a Gyarados on my like team. Jason says, that's great to hear, May. Nova says, happy birthday, May. Burger says, MTV 2000s was the best. Oh, yeah. Me and Jay, or somebody was talking about this a few streams ago. About the old, I'd say old, but early 2000s MTV, like those shows. Like Room Raiders. What was another one? Where like your parental control. That was wild. Nova says, absolutely loathe paperwork. I should have been home by now. I'm sorry, Nova. Burger says, hey, Mama Nova. Sorry, I was going a little fast there. Lotus says, I really like Croagunk because he was funny in the anime. That's why I like Trico. Trico just got that swag, you know what I mean? He's so cool. I feel like he should have been wearing a hat. Not just any hat, but like a really cool hat. Burger says, Jason, LOL. Nova says, yes, but someone messed up my computer paperwork. Dang. So you're having to like go back and do it by hand or still on the computer? And Burger says, Mother May, you got this. Grizzly says, doing a leaf green run on my other account. Nice, nice. May says, do I hear something about Team Sky? May says, does Jason know Peak? Jay says, hey Nova. Vulpanosaurus says, I like you shiny Mewtwo. Do you play Pokemon Go? I do. I got a shiny, not a shiny, but I got a Mewtwo the other day during Go Fest, so that was pretty cool. Nova says, hello, Jay. Jason says, nice Burger. Mine's Darkrai, Dusknoir, Shyman Land. Sam says, Trico always had that blunt in the anime. That was pretty much what I was thinking, you know what I mean? Sorry. Hopefully the throat gets better soon. But, no, he absolutely was such a cool, like, Pokemon. So yeah, welcome in, Sam. Welcome in. That was funny though. Burger says, Mama Nova, drop the locations. I'll go mess up their paperwork. Oh, that's what friends do. May says, hell yeah. Jason says, or excuse me, May says, Jason, are you in the Discord? Nova says, LOL Burger. Jason says, I am not, unfortunately. Bulbasaur says, W, I have a Shundo Salamence. Oh, congrats on that, dude. Congrats on that. Lotus says, Sceptile is definitely one of the coolest Pokemon in my opinion. Agreed. And Sceptile is one of the most underrated shinies in my opinion. Bulbasaur says, Bagon, Community Day. Shiny Bagon is the first shiny I ever caught in Pokemon Go. Elijah says, well, I popped in to say hi, happy birthday to May, to see if she's okay. So bye, guys. I thank you for popping in, Elijah. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. Let's see here. May says, dang it, I could have put you in my Team Sky server. Sinful B says, good luck on your shiny hunt. I popped in over the weekend to wish you luck, and I'm back again. May, hope you have a lovely night. Thank you, Sinful B. I remember you, actually. So yeah, thank you for popping back in. And I hope you're enjoying your night as well. And this is May's birthday stream. So, y'all party it up, y'all. Party it up. But don't go wild. Don't go too crazy. Only May can get too wild and too crazy. Oriello, what's going on, Oriello? Good to see you again. Good to see you again. How are you doing? Hope you're having a great night. Thank you for always popping in. It says, hey everyone. Elijah says, bye everyone. Again, thank you for being here, Elijah. Hope you enjoyed the rest of your night. Thank you so much for being here. Elijah says, y'all have a hell of a night. It's going to be a good one. I can already tell y'all it's going to be a good one. Sinful Bee says, also, happy birthday, May. Yes, happy birthday, May. May says, send a friend's request. Burger says, can we agree? Hey, Oriello. And May says, wait, can I have a fried shroomish, please? You don't want to wait till we find the shani and get a shani? Or get a fried shani shroomish? Because, yeah, I mean, we got plenty of non-shanis. We got one right there. I can slice them up, bread them, fry them, you know, serve it with remoulade. Why am I always trying to serve things with remoulade? I don't know. I just think it tastes great. This is better than ranch, you know. Putting ketchup on a steak. And Vulpin the Source says, anyone here play Roblox? I've actually never played Roblox, and I'm about to blow y'all's mind. I've never played Minecraft. Like, never ever. Never ever? Never ever? Never. Burger says, LOL. I meant to say, we can agree Stilix Shiny is beautiful. Then I meant to say, hey, Oriello. Smoke another one, Burger. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Notice this, they messed up the count by over 300 items. I don't even know how they did that. I'd be calling someone in on their day off. I'd be like, yo, you made a mistake and you need to come fix it. Nearlight says, sorry I didn't respond sooner. Yeah, my Discord is Lily Moon Fox. Or 71666. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I wrote down Lily Moon Fox. 71666. So yeah. If I can find time, 71666. I would definitely try and hit you up and give you some more details about how to get your OBS into a vertical layout. Because once when you do that, YouTube should automatically recognize it as a vertical stream if it's set up properly, and then you automatically start doing vertical streams, and you will be getting more views that way. I promise you. I started off for the first couple months doing long form views. I don't know if that made a difference at all. But when I started going to vertical streaming, it definitely helped the reach. Burger says, Mama Nova, people like us have to clean other messes because they don't have no understanding. May says, I saw one of my old students at work today. Oh, were they happy to see you? I'm sure they were. Burger says, Nick, I did. I think that's the problem. Well, I mean, you can still always smoke another one. Jay says, LOL. Lotus says, wait guys, what is the most appetizing Pokemon, in your opinion? Very, very good question, Lotus. Let's talk about it. So, I would just have to try a Mudkip first. You know, where do we draw the line here? Mine's about Trico and Mudkip. I wouldn't eat a Trico. I would eat a Mudkip. Especially a shiny one. I'm curious on the taste more than anything. Wurmple, y'all can have a Wurmple. I'm good on that. Any of that. Miltank, medium rare. So yeah, that's my 2 cents. Would love to hear from y'all on that. Nova says, my mom is laughing at me. She says, I quote, you look like an angry librarian. That's a really cool look though. Burger says, Lotus, to me, Dratini looks delicious. Oh, good point, Burger. Jay says, just chilling. What you doing, Bird? Bulbasaur says, Minecraft and Roblox is peak. I mean, maybe one day I'll get around to playing Minecraft. But yeah, I've never played Minecraft. May says, Nick, look under your desk. I left some cake there. It's red velvet. Underneath it. That was some really good cake. Good cake. Thank you, mate. That was my favorite. Rob says, eat the shrooms. Oh yeah, we're looking for the shiny one, then, and then we're going to saute the bad boy. Slice and sauteed. So welcome back in, Rob. Welcome back in. Sam says, burger. What about Toros cheeseburger? Sliced Pikachu is the cheese. Nova says, I believe I sent a selfie in the Discord at one point. I know you did. I know you did. I remember. Nearlight says, I'd have a mill tank steak. Yeah, like I said, medium rare. May says, it should say May, the ultimate baker, in your notifications. Does it not? I think it does on Discord, actually. And Burger says, Jay, same, starting to watch the World's Strongest Man Mark Henry old school competition. Mark Henry, where is he from? It's not Paul Anderson. Paul Anderson is actually not too far from here. That's where he's from. Mark Henry. Lotus says, Burger, would you eat Dragonair then? I'd roast Dragonite and then it's meat. I don't know. See, a Dragonair just looks so beautiful and elegant. Like, you know, it's like it's so much wrong to like eat and cook it. I don't know. But a Dratini, it almost looks like food. Dratini are friends, not food. May says weird. Burger says, Mama Nova, I'm new. I'll have to look it up. Nova says, and now I'm freezing because I have to be in the cooler to fix the count. I'm sorry, Nova. Burger says, Sam, medium rare Toros. Burger says, Nick, WWE? I did watch some WWE when I was a kid with my grandpa. I was kind of disturbed when I found out like it was kind of like fake. I started like actually doing school wrestling, you know, after years of playing football and realized that I'm just too little. But yeah, I remember watching WWE, Bill Goldberg, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Undertaker, Sting. Yeah, I got down with the business back then. Sam says, I'm jealous, Nick. It's probably going to get shiny Beautifly and Dustox too. You know, I got a shiny Wurmple on Pokemon Go the other day. And we do have a shiny Wurmple here. You know, we'll go through. This is our Nickelodeon themed nicknames. Nickelodeon themed nicknames. Yep. One Decimo. He was the fairy on Fairly Odd Parents. You know, the purple one. The One Decimo, the Magnifico. And then we got the shiny Wurmple here. And a shiny Whismer. Looks like some kind of cotton candy. Jason says, try Jason, that's the little name under my main name in Discord. May says, okay. Burger says, Lotus, I would roast a Dragonite. Oh, slow roasted, huh? Slow roast. May says, I'll do it after stream. Jason says, okay. Nearlight says, I just joined your Discord. Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, like I said, I will definitely give you some more detailed information about how to, because, you know, I had to look it up myself. I'm not very tech savvy at all, y'all. I just really love Pokemon, and y'all being such a great community to me has really helped me motivate to keep, you know, keep streams going. Just double down on everything and improving stream a little bit here and there, and making the decision to go vertical was a really good decision as far as improving the stream and helping the channel. And it was just a few adjustments. Like I said, it's the aspect ratio. You just want to make sure your stream is already set up like that, so that way whenever you start to stream in the OBS in a vertical setting, you will YouTube will immediately recognize it as a vertical. I kind of like thought that'd be hard to believe, but you know, I checked it on my phone and other people were checking it as well. They said no, it's full screen on the phone just like it needs to be, so you can get pushed to the shorts feed, the vertical live feed. It helps out a lot. Sam says, you look tall though, Nick. I know, I'm only about 5'8". May says, turns into shiny Rayquaza. I didn't see that one coming. I thought it was going to be a Mudkip. Sam says, will it evolve into a Cascoon? Or a Silcoon? Yeah, how do you tell on that? I always thought, if it was a boy, it was a Silcoon. If it was a girl, it was a Cascoon. But I don't think that's accurate, though. But yeah, this one's a girl. Oh, and another thing, y'all. Oh, it's not this one. On the other safe, the other shiny Mudkip we found is a female, which is like 1 in 8 chance to find a female. So it's like a 1 in 100,000 chance to find a shiny female as a starter. And we found the shiny female Mudkip on the other save file. Let's see here. May says, Rayquaza. Jason says, drops a half-melted snowflake on Rayquaza. That's going to do some damage. That's like Swampert stepping on a leaf. Being touched by a blade of grass. May faints. See, I told you. A surprise though, you know. It's been she must have evolved into a really low-leveled shiny Rayquaza, and that's what happened. And that was a really big snowflake. Burger says, Mother May, yeah, sorry, I throw a Master Ball and catch shiny Rayquaza. And Burger said, yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry, not sorry. Vulpanosaurus says, I just joined your DC, by the way. Discord. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that so much. Yeah, this is an amazing community. I've been very blessed just to be a part of this. So, yeah, thank you for joining. Oriella says, purple Mudkip is so cute. It is. And I'm really glad that, we get to look at it pretty much, excuse me, every few seconds. Sam says, you can't tell. That's the beauty of it. May says, I don't want to faint on my birthday. Oh, don't worry, May. I've got a max revive in here somewhere. Let's just take a look at what I got. I got a potion. I got a Paralyzed Heal. Okay, well, I got 2 potions. Speaking of which, 16 Pokeballs and 1 Great Ball. That is abysmal. Wow. So yeah. You see what we're working with, y'all. I do like to make things interesting. We should just like throw away like 6 of the balls and just go with 10 Pokeballs. But not for May's birthday. We're going to get the shiny. We're getting the shiny. Starting to think, maybe I should have got more Pokeballs than 16. But I think also at the same time, I don't like, because it's the beginning of the game, I don't have like a lot of money. Lieutenant Dan. Jay says, welcome newbies. Make sure to like and subscribe, everyone. Oh, thank you, Jay. Thank you for reminding everyone to like and subscribe. Because, yeah, for y'all new viewers, I don't do call to actions. It's not that I'm against it. It's just I'm always focused on the chat or go. So I really appreciate my mods, you know, doing call to actions for me. Because it's not, like I said, it's not that I'm against it. It's just I just don't. Burger says, don't worry, Mother May. I have like 100 max revives. Burger says, you had newbie, Jay. Or you had Jay newbies. Heard Jay newbies. Oh, got you. Lotus says, my first shiny in Let's Go Pikachu was a Geodude. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, mine was a Bagon. It was a really good one. Actually, kind of got me into shiny hunting a little bit more. May says, can I pick who names the shiny if it's the shiny that's not Shroomish? That work. Yeah, it's your birthday, May. Why not? You know, that says Siskoon, Cascoon, depend on the personality trait. Cannot be seen like the IVs. Really? Okay, thank you for educating me on that, Nearlight. That's cool. May says, nope, it's live. Burger says, oh, Mother May. has a good request. Absolutely, and it's her birthday, so you know we're gonna honor it. Because we're also gonna party like it's your birthday. And Kaiser Soze, Kaiser Soze. I love this. It says Shroomish, Shawnee, good luck. Hey, thank you so much. You're so welcome in the chat. I wish I could say that name more often. Kaiser Soze. Soze. Okay, never mind. I can't even say it. But when I can say it, it's fun to say. Jason says it's a 50-50 chance for either one. That's why it took 5 shiny Clamperl to get my shiny Gorbius and go. Ooh, that was a grind. Sam says super cool, Nearlight. Hopper says no. Nick Mills says what's up. He's going to drop by in a bit after he ends stream. Busy killing aliens. Nice. Hey, if you pop back over there to Mills Coolin' stream, please let him know that Nick says hey. Love and miss him. And I'll see him soon. So yeah, I hope he enjoys the rest of his stream. Kaiser says, I don't know about this style of speed emulator shiny hunting, to be honest. Oh yeah, some people kind of don't like it because they feel it diminishes like what they do, which don't get me wrong, I have so much respect for the people that do the OG shiny hunts. But for me, it's just like I don't compete like in an Olympics and like show it off. What I like myself more than anything is just be part of this community. I have fun with it. So I understand a lot of people it rubs them the wrong way, but I like watching this content. So that was the only kind of like confirmation I ever needed to like start doing it, was people that shiny hunt like this. I love watching it. It beats the crap out of, you know, because we have like, even though we speed it up and have multiple screens, we can go like 40,000 encounters, which would take a friggin' year otherwise. But yeah, you will see some really cool shinies on the channel though. And more importantly, happy birthday, mate. Burger says, you doing good, Hopper? Burger says, where's Kuyo? Well, I just hope Kuyo's having a good night. I'm sure he would be here if he could. Kuyo's such a cool dude, man. Just don't let him tell you he's mid at Fortnite. He got me on that one. Him and his brothers are real good. May says, oh no, I haven't seen him in a while. I thought he was in the last stream, but maybe not. Jason says Invader and Alex too. I think Invader was on the last stream, if not the one before that. Alex I've not seen. Hopper says, yeah, not bad. Went to the doctors today. Had to get my prosthetic adjusted. Well, I hope everything went smooth with that. And thank you for spending time every day to be here, Hopper. Always good to hear from you, man. Always good to hear from you. Burger says, I had a conversation. Hopefully I did not upset him. Oh, you talking about Alex? Or Kuyo? You're probably talking about Alex. Let's see here. Burger says, Hopper, yeah, I had an earlier doctor visit for that too. May says BRB. Burger says copy Mother May. Hopper says, really? Burger, do you have a prosthetic limb? Burger says, no, Kuyo. Oh, okay. Jay said, Invader, always lurking. He said, Invader, you here? Yeah, Invader, you know, like, yeah, that does work like that. I think we said Invader's name one time. He's like, yo, I'm always lurking. Which was hilarious. Nova says, oh my god, I jumped about 10 feet in the air when someone screamed, Mama. It tackled me into a hug, and it was one of the kids that came into my work. I love that. It calls me Mama because I take care of everyone. But I honestly, I thought it might have been only one of y'all. yeah, I bet you did jump 10 feet in the air. Mind you, the kid in question is only a couple of years younger than me. Oh, so yeah, I bet you did jump about 10 feet. Like, how'd you find me? That's hilarious. Burger says, sorry, Hopper. I read that wrong. Way wrong. I meant prostate. Sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Hopper says, LOL, I thought that's what you were saying, just had to clarify. Burger says, yeah, I posted the conversation on the mods group in the Discord. Jay says, LOL. Burger says, Hopper, yeah, sorry. Burger says, laugh my ass off, Nick. Sam. Hopper says, you good, Burger. I found it funny. I did too. Oh, that was great, y'all. That was a good laugh. Sam says, unintentionally funny, but all love. Oh, of course. This is such a great community, y'all. I look forward to doing these streams so much. Now, I've kind of said this before. I like watching shiny hunters, do this. It's becoming more and more popular. What kills me is, there's a lot of streamers that, I don't know if it's because it's what they do, like, non-stop, but you can almost tell, like, they're just so drained, like, they have no energy, it's not there, you know what I mean? It's just, like, they almost seem, like, miserable what they're doing, and it's just, you can tell, it's only one thing, burnout. I'm sure they enjoyed it at one point, but I love doing this, and after doing this for a couple of months, like, I'm wanting to double down and keep hitting it hard. Shiny says, don't stop, won't stop. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shiny, man, love your streams, bro. Love your streams. Sorry I couldn't stay longer last night. That was so cool to see Jay over there. I think Hopper was over there too. Hopper says, I was thinking, what is that prostate adjustment involve? Oh, that was a pretty good question, Hopper. Nova says, I was like, when that happened, because I know I didn't tell any of y'all where I'm at. Oh yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I'm sure you jumped 10 feet. Like, they found me. Yeah, that would have freaked me out too. Someone say mama. I'm like, oh, I'm dead. Grizzly says, Nick, what do I gotta do? Please explain, Grizzly. Please explain. And I hope I can help. Kitsune says, oh my god, sorry for being so late. I didn't even recognize you were streaming tonight. Oh, better late than never. Thank you for popping in. And it is May's birthday stream. We are celebrating May's birthday together. So, yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Sam says, will you be evolving Shiny Wurmple today, Nick? I can if y'all want me to. Matter of fact, we could do it probably right now. Let's do something. Here, I'm gonna click this screen right here. Let's go to bag. No, let's go to Pokemon. Watch this, y'all. Probably wasn't a good one, considering he could poison me. Oh my god. There we go. Alright, let's see what we get. Excuse me. A shiny Cascoon. Huh. Now we know. Kuyo, what's going on, brother? Probably in a good time, dude. What's going on, man? And Kitsune says, happy birthday, May. And Shiny says, it's all good, dude. I didn't realize that you were, when you entered the Safari Zone, it didn't save. Oh, yeah. I encountered that, like, right before I was setting up one day for a Safari Hunt stream. I was like, wait, I can't save inside? So it was like this whole thing. I was like, oh, I guess I'm going to save right outside and hunt, like, whatever I can hunt, like, right after the door. I'm sure you can recognize the struggle on that, Shiny. But hope you got everything fixed up on that. Yeah, like I said, sorry I couldn't stay longer. I kind of popped in, like, I think, right when you started. And welcome in, Kuyo. Welcome in, man. Good to see you again. We're just asking about you. Kuyo says, or Burger says, hey, Kuyo. Sam says, yay. Kuyo says, burger. Sam says, shiny dust stocks confirmed. Yes, it was evolving time. Jay says, yo, Kuyo. May says, I'm back. Did I miss anything? We did evolve. On one screen, we evolved the shiny Wurmple that we have. Here, I'll show you. Let's see. There he is. So it would be a shiny Dustox with a mild natured, and there's our shiny Whisper. So let's go to run here. Whoops. There we go. And let's see. Kitsune says, how you doing, May? I've been worried a few days. May said she's been doing great, which is amazing to hear. Kuyo says, happy birthday, May. Yes, happy birthday, May. Burger says, hey, I have a question, Nick. What was your favorite game growing up besides Pokemon? Ooh, I like that. That was a really good question, Burger. I would say football. I played a lot of football, like real football and, like, you know, NCAA, Madden. That was kind of my other thing with sports games. Until I got to high school, my friends took me, you know, I think we talked about this on another stream. The midnight release of Modern Warfare 3 for the PS3. I kind of got into Call of Duty then. Started playing online on that. But before that, yeah, it was Pokemon games or college football, Madden. You know, I love some football games. I used to play NFL Street on the PS2. NFL Street 2, NFL Street 3, NBA Street. Those are fun games. So yeah, what about you, Burger? This is a really good question, Burger. I played a lot of Grand Theft Auto, I ain't gonna lie, too. Played Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, and then when San Andreas came out, I still, to this day, San Andreas is one of the best games ever made. Period. It's hilarious. I went back and played it not too long ago. It is a hilarious game. May says, I'm good. My boyfriend has been taking care of me. Good. Good man he is. Jay says, or Kuya says, Jay. Kitsune says, oh, thank God. Kuya says, Jason. Jason says, how have you been, Kuyo? Jason says, my favorite non-Pokemon games are Smash Brothers and Legends of Y'all, am I tripping out right now? Yo. Lord, you came at a good time. Nova says, I am so pissed. I just don't get how they met. Y'all, am I tripping out right now? Wasn't Shroomish like green or something? May says shiny. Y'all, with the 10% encounter, y'all, what just happened? Ain't no way. Cassidy said, I just stopped by and was just like, that's a friggin' shiny right there. What's going on? Welcome in, Cassidy. Welcome in, Lord. Y'all popped in some good time. And happy birthday, May. Just give y'all some context here. This is May's birthday stream. We specifically did this stream for Shiny Shroomish at a 10% encounter for our very own Mother May. And what do you know? Only a little over an hour. Someone said bottom left earlier. I think. Someone said bottom left. Crazy you got it this soon, says Sam. Yeah, I know. Grizzly says, dude, what? I know. What the frick? Y'all. Happy birthday, May. Happy birthday. Let's catch this thing. Oh, and May, start thinking of that name. Y'all, I was prepared to like find a shiny Wurmple, find a shiny Taillow, find a shiny Silcoon, whatever we gotta do the next 6 hours to find this shiny Shroomish. And what do you freaking know? At a 10% encounter, that's some shiny luck in the air. It's gonna be a good year for you, May. It's gonna be a good year for you. Alright, let's see. Let's be very smart here. Do I want to do anything with that? No, I'm a little too over leveled here. I think our best bet, Great Ball it. It was my only Great Ball. After that, we're going to Pokeballs. Alright, because you saw it had 16 Pokeballs. It wasn't like we showed up with 9 on Ultras. Shroomish, the mushroom Pokemon. Shroomish live in damp soil in the dark depths of the forest. They are often found keeping still under fallen leaves. This Pokemon feeds on compost that is made up of fallen, rotten leaves. And here comes the transition from non-shiny to shiny, and a 1 and a 2. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Alright, so May. Will spicy onion fit? I think it will just fit, May. I think we got 10 spots on Pokemon Ruby. Oh yeah. You want spicy? Would you say spicy onion? That is awesome. Sorry, my keyboard's probably... Spicy. Alright, now let's do uppercase. Oh, it just fit. Alright, so what do y'all think the nature is going to be on this bad boy? Let's check the nature on it. I'm going to go with, I always say one of the two, jolly or naughty. I'm feeling jolly. Feeling jolly on this one. Alright, let's save. Nearlight says hardy. Grizzly says naughty. Kuya says adamant. Kitsune says timid. May says lonely. Burger says naughty. Hopper says delicious. Ooh, good answer. Good fucking answer. Jason says calm. Alright. Let's see what we got. Alright, the Mudkip is docile. Shiny says sassy. Jay says psychedelic. ZZ, what's going on? Welcome back in, ZZ. Stimpy is a mild nature. Whismer is a lonely nature. And for the newest addition to the team, Spicy Onion. Hardy. Hold on, who said Hardy? That was one of the first things said. Who said it? Nearlight. Yo, Nearlight, good job. You called it. Leave spores on contact? Ooh. That's nice, nice. Kitsune says, good point, Jay. Hyper says, nice, Jay. Oh, yeah. So that is good, y'all. What a good little team we got going on here. With a grass type, Shroomish. We got Whismer, which is kind of like, you know, a jack of trades here, being a normal type. Got a bug type, and Stimpy. And then we got a water type. Yo, this is looking like a solid team to be only have like one badge. Let's see, do we have one badge? We don't even have one badge yet. Wow. That was impressive. So again, I'm going to save. And then we're about to be hunting again. And May says, Nick, so I can pick who names any shinies during the stream just to confirm so I'm not embarrassed? Of course. Yes, Mother May, this is your birthday stream. Absolutely. And I think I'm gonna surprise y'all with this one here. I think y'all gonna like it though. Let's see here. Follow it wrong. It's funny. May was actually, when we were shiny hunting on this save file, you know, it could have been a worm, it could have been, you know, 6 different people essentially. But on May's account was the one that we found the shiny Charmander. So that's why it says May everywhere. So I love that. File, load ROM, C4. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be back in the chat. Let's see. Number 5 here. Alright, this is the last one. File, ROM, C6. Bada bing, bada boo. Alright. Now the top left needs to say 7639. I believe it does. The middle ones needs to say middle left needs to say 7640. Now it does. 41 bottom left. Perfect. 42 on the top right. As you see, I have them saved like just 1 minute off. That's all it takes. 43. Nope. And then 45 for the bottom one. Alright folks, I think we're back. Let me just make sure I got everything looking good here. 40, 41, 42, 43, 45. Alright. Alright. Let's do this. Grizzly says, I'm an addict. Well, Grizzly, as you know, I am almost 12 months sober from alcohol. The 29th of this month will be pretty much here in about 2 weeks. I will be 1 year sober from alcohol. I promise you, if my scrawny ass can do it, you are strong enough to do it too. We can get through whatever we want to do in life. We are strong enough to do whatever we want to do when we put our mind to it. You are strong enough. If my scrawny ass can do it, you can too. You are strong enough. Grizzly says, addiction for love. I'm not addicted, I'm committed to love. And Kitson says, I only breed fox Pokemon to be fair. Oh. So Delphox, Ninetales. And Grizzly says, happy birthday, May. ZZ says, happy birthday, May as well. Yes, again, happy birthday, May. This has been one great birthday stream. May says, that Shroomish was meant to be. It appeared on the side of the screen. I can see the color. To having one colorblind, it was meant to be. It was meant to be. Love that, May. I'm so glad you enjoyed that. So glad you called that too. That's going to make for a really good playthrough with the shiny Shroomish. I really wish I had a way to like transfer this to Pokemon Home, and that would be a really good one to practice, or like just to try. And definitely a good motivation for me to kind of get the ball rolling on that. Kidsoon says, nice, Nick. Nova says, so proud of you, Nick. Oh, thank y'all for the 1 year sobriety. I am very proud of it myself, so thank y'all. It means a lot. And I was talking to someone earlier, you know, it's just when I stopped, I wanted just to get a hold of it. I was becoming such an alcoholic. I couldn't even be at work for 2 hours before I started drinking on the clock. I would drink after work, and that was just pretty much my life. I wanted to just get a hold of it. I took 4 days off from work, locked myself in the house, and after 4 days, it was just kind of like this personal victory or this personal like challenge of, looks like we have about I thought it was a 50-50 for the female slugma. I'm sorry, I know that was an ADHD moment, but I'm seeing a lot of boy slugma. So is it a 1 in 8 chance for a girl? Interesting. But no, just hearing my grandma say, "Nick, I'm proud of you," and so many people just tell me how proud they are of me. It's been a huge motivation, a factor of just always doubling down and keeping the main thing the main thing. Yeah, Nearlight says why the stream changed from oh yeah, so what we do is yeah, we went from Fire Red to Ruby. I know the stream still looks like it's on Pokemon Ruby with the whole setup, but yeah, we use the cartridge. So I have anything that I have a physical copy of, we play. I also have a physical copy of Pokemon Red, and there is a way you can shiny hunt on Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue. A lot of people don't know this, but it is possible. You won't be able to see the shiny until you transfer it, but you can check within the stats after leveling it up like 15 times. It's such a tedious task. That's why I love Kanto XP stream. That's one hell of a way to shiny hunt. And Nova says, and now the question is it the same eye? And Kitsune says, wait, May, you're colorblind? Oh, okay. And May says, I'm colorblind due to being stabbed. Oh my goodness, May. ZZ says, am I the only one like Sword and Shield? No, I loved it myself. I loved it. I think it's very underrated. But May, let me go back on that for a second. Being stabbed in the eye. Holy crap. Holy freaking crap, May. At least you still have vision in it. Albeit, colorblind, but dang, May. Burger says, Nick, the universe spoke to you. Then by starting this channel, you brought those who fight to stay sober and those who are sober to tell their stories. Thank you. And we are proud of you, Grandpa Nick. Thank you, Burger. Thank you, man. It's like I said, it's been overwhelming in the best way. Almost like, maybe first time going to New York City and just being overstimulated just by all the lights. That's all I can imagine. I've never been to New York City, but the growth of this channel has definitely opened my eyes that this is bigger than just me. This is a community that is so deeply rooted in love, compassion, just hospitality, understanding of one another. It's amazing, and the stories that I've heard from other people, just how it's helped them with their battles, not just their Pokemon battles. It's huge, y'all. It's huge. So Kitsune says, so we just mirror each other. Grizzly says, I got a mark on my fabric or face. Why is that, Grizzly? May says, we are mirror people. Z says, no, I mean, I love the game so much that I play it every day just beating the story with my dream team. Now I'm grinding for the shiny charm just to get some shiny Legis. That's cool, though. I love that. Hey, welcome back in, Judah. Good to see you again. Sam says, how are you getting so many slugmas? So yeah, this is Nova says, time to get my butt home. Hey, be safe going home, Nova. And welcome in, Zach. Welcome in. Says, happy birthday, Mother May. We caught up real quick. Nearlight says, well, it's time to go to bed. See you tomorrow, everyone. Hey, thank you for being here, Nearlight. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here and being engaging in the chat and staying for, thank you so much. I really hope you enjoy the content. Nova says, I will, Burger. Jason says, wasn't Slugma supposed to be rare? Yes, so we're no longer in Pokemon Ruby. I changed over to Pokemon Fire Red. And I didn't know this, actually. I would have done this earlier. Because y'all know how much I love Shiny Slugma. It's my favorite Pokemon. In the basement of Mount Ember, in the Sevi Islands in Pokemon Ruby, or Pokemon Fire Red, it's a 100% chance of a Slugma to pop up in the third level of the on the third floor of the basement. So you got to go to Mount Mortor, go to the basement, go to the second part, go to the third part. You get a 100% chance of a Slugma. I said, you know what? Let's do it. Because y'all know how long I've been looking for that shiny Slugma in Pokemon Ruby. I'm not giving up on it. But at that 10% encounter, I'm surprised. You know, it's the same chance for it to pop up as the shiny Shroomish did tonight. We found a Shroomish in 1 hour. A lot of y'all know, you know, we've been going back to that shiny Slugma hunt for, I feel like, almost a month now. There's still no, like I said, we found like, what, 4 shiny Coughings, 2 or 3 shiny Torkoal, I don't know. And a shiny Machop. Judah says, it's fishy time. Lochi, welcome in. Welcome in. Burger says, shiny Slugma, shiny Slugma. Yes, I'm ready for it. May says, oh, there's a box in my bed. This is awesome. What's in the box, May? What's in the box? Sam says, well, I never knew that. Z says, guess my 3 favorite Pokemon with the emoji. Shroomish. Yeah, we did find the shiny Shroomish. I'm not sure if you were here for that, ZZ, but welcome back in, by the way. Which is such a crazy, crazy way to... I can't believe you found it so early. Yeah, someone said, what's in the box? Jason says, what's in the box, May? May says, it's a huge Mew plush. It's so soft. Oh, May. That is awesome. Burger says, fishy, I love Pokemon Arceus. Burger says, nice, Mother May. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that is amazing. Shine says, dude, you gotta watch the lore video on Slugma and the migration path it takes every time it's in the game throughout the generations. Yes, Shiny, thank you for telling me that. Is it like a YouTube video? May says, Grizzly says, got a fat gas. Like to burn. Kuya says, nice, mate. And Sam says, shiny productions. That sounds interesting. Jason says, nice, Judah. In my second playthrough, it took me 4 tries to beat it. Kitsune says, what, Grizzly Bear? Sam says, Slugma has interesting lore. Burger says, Nick, 500. Thank you, Burger. Holy crap. Yes, thank y'all so much for the overwhelming amount of love and support on the channel. What is that math? 46 more subs to go and hit. Oh yeah, that's right. I keep like the other day I kept like thinking in my head. I'm still thinking in my head I have like maybe 300 subscribers, and really like so thankful to have that. And then I think the other day I thought I only had like 400 and something. It's like no, like I don't like what it is like mentally. Like I'm not allowing myself to like really accept the fact that like no, like we've hit 500 subscribers, so we're still going, and we're only for the 3,000 watch hours. We only need 200 more hours. We're at 2,800, and you know you're behind by 5 days, so we're there, y'all. We're friggin' there. Shine says, yeah, it's actually pretty interesting. Thought out by Game Freak. Oh, okay. Yeah, if it's thought about Game Freak, it's probably freaky cool. That's awesome. Grizzly says, I'd be a Zamia like a Vied. Oh, that one sounds Russian. Burger says, ma'am, sorry. Sam says, Maricago burns hotter than the sun, according to the Pokédex. Ooh. And see, I like the evolved form shiny, but shiny Slugma being with the silver. Oh, I can't wait to see it. Burger says, Grizzly, what's a vid? Yeah, I almost thought that sounded Russian or German. Sam says, so if you own a Mario cargo, you will be vaporized. And it's Carumba says, chat, it finally happened. What is that? What is that? Let us know. Let us know. Grizzly says, blood is a drink word. Not make sense. Gotcha. Judah says, I'm battling Alpha Hisuian Zororg. Good luck on that, Judah. Good luck on that. Burger says, Sam, can I use my cargo to roast 100 pigs? T-pigs or M-boars? Zach says, Zororg. Judah fish? That's what I was thinking too myself. Zororg. Not Rorg. But Burger says, Grizzly, it is good. Grizzly, Burger says, Grizzly, is it good? Grizzly said, it's a thing. Sam says, yes, Burger, LOL. Deveza says, looking for Ash's shiny Slugma? Yes, we're getting that shiny Slugma. Welcome in, Deveza. Mills, what's going on, dude? How's your stream, brother? How was your stream? My God, what's going on, man? What's going on, brother? How you doing? Thank you for popping in, man. Hope you had a great Monday. Burger says T-pigs. Roasting T-pigs. I love that. Mill says, you got the shiny Shroomish, I heard. I know, dude. And, you know, we were looking for the shiny Slugma at a 10% encounter, you know, for, like, ever. I'm so thankful we found it early for Mother May. Because, you know, it's her birthday stream. And she requested a shiny Slugma hunt. And at a 10% encounter, we found it in a little over an hour. That's crazy. Someone said T-pigs too cute to eat. Sam says, let's eat it more. More meat for everyone to go around. I see what you're thinking there. Zach says, hello, Mills. New Picker. What's going on, New Picker? Good to see you again. Hope you're having a great Tuesday. Burger says, Sam, but it's delicious. Mills says, what's good, everyone? What it do, what it do? Zach says, Sam, Ambor is too big to eat. T-pigs are the way to go. Oh. See discretions. I see the discrepancy here. Probably more quality meat too. Burger says, "Hey, new picker." Sam says, "No, we can't eat the T-pig." I know, like, you know, when we talk about eating Pokemon, you know, it's somewhere we got to draw a line. You know, we can't eat a Trico. Come on now, you know. So everyone's got their line of where they draw. You know, sometimes like, just like in the real world, like with animals, you know, everyone's got their line of what animals you eat and what animals you don't. Same's got to be for Pokemon, right? But there's no standard, you know, so it's just like we're kind of creating our own like menu. It's hilarious. Grizzly says, I want some toasted Bellsprout. Oh, I haven't heard that one before. I've heard, you know, shine or like sliced shroomish. Toasted Bellsprout. Toasted. Interesting. Now see, Bulbasaur, I can't do that to my boy Bulbasaur. But like an Oddish, yeah, man, we could saute that thing. Burger says, give Mills a follow. His channel is fun and hilarious. Yes. Yes, we love some Mills. Mills is such a great streamer too. So thank all y'all for being here. This has turned out to be one really, really good stream. Sam says, okay, T-pig bacon it is. Mills says, thanks, Burger. Grizzly says, content's pretty good. I love having you here, Grizzly. You're such positive energy, man. I hate to see you going through a hard time, man, but I'm so glad you pop in here, and y'all make my night so much better. That's why I look forward to doing this. Burger says, I will blaze a Bellsprout. Sam says, yes, blaze it, my friend. Mill says, Snorlax eats all my food when he gets the munchies. Grizzly says, there's no way you got 9 screens going, Nick, or I've been tripping. Yeah, I think, yeah, we've only got 6. Well, 7 if you include the face cam. Sam says, Gloom always looks turnt. Oh yeah, like, been partying 12 hours straight turnt. Burger says, Scary Movie 2, puff puff. What's that? Yeah, I remember watching that stuff. Well, I remember. And Hopper says, I started another Pokemon game last night. I can't remember the name, but I just beat the cult where they worship Bellsprout. And oh, that's Pokemon Gold, Silver, or Crystal. The Bellsprout Tower. And at night, you can get a Ghastly up in there. That's where we found our shiny Ghastly on Pokemon Gold. Burger says 30 likes. And still earlier. Oh yes, we're very early into the stream. So yeah, this is a knockout. Fo, what's going on, brother? What's going on? Good to see you, man. Always good to see you. How are you doing? Another great PokeTuber up in here. Zach says, come on down to Zach's Barbecue in Lola. Oh, hey. We cook everything from T-Pick, Lapras, Fence. Hey, yo, I'm gonna need reservations. Hopper says, Fo, what up, brother? And Judah Kale, what's going on, Judah? What is going on? We've had both Judahs in here tonight, so thank y'all. It is May's birthday stream, by the way. Fo says, what up, Hopper? How's your day going? Jay says, oh, Hop, that's gold or silver, right? Or crystal. And Fishy Judah says, oh my god, hi, other Judah, for the 3rd time. We love this. Jay says, hey again, Millsy. Yeah, hey, Mills, thank you for, who was it, Hopper? Because, yeah, he popped over here and was like, hey, Mills, wanted me to tell you hey, and I was like, oh, dude, tell Mills, I love him, I miss him. But he did say you would pop over here, like, you know, after you end the stream. And as a man of your word, you did exactly that. So thank you, Mills. And again, for y'all just popping in, it is May's birthday stream, so please be sure to wish her a happy birthday, if you don't mind. Fo says, how's it going, Burger and Jay? Zach says, Burger, you don't need a reservation. It would be a good idea. Burger says, Sam, that's right. May says, I'm feeling sick, so I'm going to go. I want Nick to name everything for a stream until I come back. Okay, May, I hope you get to feeling better. I'm sorry you don't feel well, especially on your birthday. But May, I just want you to know that we love you so very much, and we really hope you have a great birthday. And, you know, I know it's not much, but I hope you really enjoyed seeing the shiny Shroomish. Thank you so much for being here. It means a lot to me and the community when you take time out of your precious day to be here. And that goes the same for all y'all. I mean, it is amazing. So again, May, I hope you get to feeling better. Fo says, doing good, Hop. About to try and make some more content for YouTube Shorts. Yeah, I've been slacking on my Shorts game. But they don't really get pushed to the algorithm or the Shorts feed like they used to. So that's been a huge damper on the motivation behind it. They get pushed decently well on some other apps, some other platforms, but it doesn't, like, for example, I've got this video on IG where it's almost at 250,000 views, over 8,000 likes, and you know, it's just a short, but it's like, how many subs did that get me on YouTube? Maybe 1, but I don't think so. Who knows? So that's why, like, I haven't been focusing on my Shorts game. I mean, if I was being pushed to, like, the Shorts feed, I would definitely double down and make twice as many a week as I've been making, but everything works out for a reason. And, Fo says, May, hope you get to feeling better. Burger says, oh, May, no, please, feel better. I'm sorry. I'm glad Nick got your Shroomish. I am too. And early too. Burger says, Zach, can I be a VIP? Burger says, Mother May, nothing but love. Burger says, Nick, on my feed your Shorts pop up. Yeah, so I believe they do for my subscribers, or maybe people that, you know, watch the streams and don't subscribe. But for people, like, for new viewers, it doesn't get that reach. I haven't got a sub You know, I used to get 30, maybe 40, sometimes 50 subs a month off my shorts. I haven't got a single one, and that's how I know, like, you know, they're not getting pushed to new people. They used to get like between 1 and 2,000 views, but like I said, it's a little discouraging, but it's these live streams. I mean, heck, some of these live streams are getting like over 3,000 views. So that definitely makes up for it, and that's where you get your watch hours. So I'm not complaining. And Jay says, somehow Worm has returned. Welcome back, Worm. And Jay, always glad, like, dude, you spend so much time in the chat, man. Always. I just want to give you a special shout out. Thank you, brother. I saw someone else pop in as well. Was it Zip? So welcome in, y'all. Welcome in. Judah says, Worm. Zach says, you and Nick's Fire Games are the only VIP I'd ever would ever have. Well, you are the real shiny legendaries. Y'all get VIP access. You know that. Burger says, Worm the GOAT. Hopper says, Worm World Order. Worm, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man? I hope you're having a great Monday night. Hope working good for you. And if y'all haven't, vote for Worm. Judas says, Worm, I lied, but the fish still don't eat worms. Jay says, oh, thanks, Nick. At 12K for the Charmander. Nice, brother. And May says, please read the last message I sent. I shall take my leave now. Will do. May says, I did, and I love all y'all's support in this wonderful stream. I'm glad we got the spicy onion. Goodbye, my sweet friends. Thank you for letting me go acknowledging that. Yes, May, thank you so much. Happy birthday to you, May. We love you so much. We hope you enjoy the rest of your birthday. We will see you next time. I hope you get to feeling better too. So again, we love you, and have a great night, May. Happy birthday. Burger says, 12K for Charmander, Jay? I know, I'm so proud of you, Jay. Even though you don't have that shiny, that is something to be proud of. Zach says, hey Nick, it's Puff Puff Pass, right? Yes. Puff Puff. Blow the smoke out of your nose like a dragon. And pass it. ZZ says, me back. Burger says, Zach is puff, 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 puff. Oh crap, roll another one. Yeah, so what's worse? Someone that puff, puff, but doesn't pass, or someone that doesn't even puff and they just use it as a microphone and they're just like storytelling the whole time and they're just like, you know, and you're just over here like you're not even paying attention to what they're saying. You're just like, just hit it already. Just forget. I gotta be at class in 10 minutes. You want to talk about the weather? Sam says, Burger, do you know what Pokemon number 420 is in the Pokédex? Oh, good question. Good question. What is it, Sam? Z says, me, Bob. Jay says, I bet you've storytold with it before, Nick. Okay, yeah, you already... Thank you for calling me out, Jay. Yes, I've been very guilty of that sometimes. Like... You know, and you always got that excuse. Sorry, I'm stoned. Like, that's kind of the great thing about being a stoner. You can always be like, I smoke weed, bro. Gosh, why you gotta be so hard on me? Zach says, I'm sticking with bottom left. Hey, bottom left was a pretty shiny box earlier. Bo says, it's Bellsprout, right? For number 420? I figured it'd be something like from Gen 4. Number 420. Hold on. Now I've got to know. Now I've got to... Oh, it's Druby. Really? Interesting. Thank you for letting me know that, Sam. Burger says, I say upper right. Luggage tonight. You know, I'm going to change to, excuse me. Earlier we found the shiny shroomish on bottom left. I'm going bottom right. It's going to be a bottom kind of night. That rhymed. ZZ says, who's that Pokemon? Alright, looks hurt. It's got a leaf. Oh no. Maybe a Tangela? He's all wrapped up, like, you know, like the head. Sam says, Truby, the Bud Cherry Pokemon. It's a grass type. But had it been like a Shroomish or like even a Oddish or something like that, that'd been crazy. Fo says, oh dang, never mind, I'm slow. You good, man. I love your... dude, I need to... When are you gonna be streaming next, Fo? I haven't, I mean, work's been crazy for me, so I've got a million excuses, but I've been trying, like last night, I popped in a couple of y'all's streams. I popped in Shiny Pokemon Hunt stream, popped in Raibo's stream, more Hari, I popped in his stream. So yeah, I've been trying to make it in some of y'all's streams lately. And I would love to make it another one of yours, Fo. Burger says, why the fuck is my speech saying the wrong thing? I'm way too stoned. As you know, DJ Khaled says, smoke another one. Burger says, upper right corner Slugma. Alright. Fo says, Bellsprout is 69. I have a shiny one with a... Oh, gotcha. Y'all are great. Y'all are great. ZZ says, not Tangela. Okay. So it's still on the table. Who's that Pokemon? Can I use a lifeline? What generation? What gen? Sam says, Sam the Bud. Or Burger says, Sam the Bud. Shiny says, I hate when I can't find my lighter. Or what's even worse is when your lighter plays out. It's because it's like, then you have it, but it's just like, oh man. Burger says, Shiny, I have a box just for lighters. That's handy. I need to get some of that, but I know I'd probably just give them out to everybody. You get a lighter, you get a lighter, you all get lighters. Shiny says, LOL. Sam says, what type of gym leader would Nick be? You know, funny story behind that, Sam. When I first started this channel 7 months ago, I started it as Bigfoot's Gym. It was like Bigfoot holding a Pokeball. And then I changed it to Nick's Fire Gym. And then at work, people were like, oh, gym. You go to the gym? I was like, no. It's a Pokemon reference. So changed it to Nick's Fire Game. So that's how we got here. Well, funny story behind that. But you know, there's also who is it? Dragon Trainer Nick on Pokemon Emerald. So who knows? Jay says, I say bottom right, 1 hour. But what about you, Sam? Fo says, not sure to be honest. My OBS has been giving me trouble lately. I plan on recording content with my cousins to edit. Okay. Sam says, I can see Nick as a fire gym leader with Slugma and Arcanine and Litten. Oh yeah, you know I'm going to have a Litten. Level 100 Litten. We're never going to evolve it. ZZ says dragon. Okay, nice. Yeah, I want to hear from all of y'all. What would be your gym type if you were a gym leader? Jay says Nick would be fire. Yeah, Jay knows. Jay knows. Lewis, welcome back in, Lewis. Good to see you again. Says, if you had to pick one TV show to watch for the rest of your life, what would it be? Oh, good one. You know, I just got done watching the 10 seasons of Friends. I don't know if that would be it, but it would make you laugh. It would make you laugh. And that's like, a lot of people that don't think Friends is funny, it's probably because you just watch like just one episode of it and you don't get like a lot of the backstory. Because I started thinking about that while I'm watching Friends. The only reason why some of this is funny is because something happened and it's all inside jokes. So if you just kind of pop in mid-season, like some things are not going to be funny. Like when they start talking about like, his divorce, and it's just like, oh, another one. Like, well, you may not know, he's had 4 divorces. So that's why they're poking fun at that. Like that's why that's funny. So it's one of those kind of things. Kuya says, gotta go to street. Cool. Hey, thank you for being here, Kuya. Always glad to hear from you, brother. Hope you've been doing well, man. You've been doing well. Sam says, good night, Kuya. Fo says, leech not a leech. Dang autocorrect. Don't we hate autocorrect? Never am I ducking anything. Jay says, Lost is my favorite series of all time. Zach says, if I was a gym leader, I'd 100% be a dragon or electric type. Just have a shiny Ray Ray in my pocket. Lewis says, nice. I would pick the King of Queens. Watched it all the time. Yeah, my grandpa used to watch that a lot. I used to watch it, with him as well. The only other TV show I can say that I've confidently watched every episode all the way through is Walking Dead. I've watched every episode on that. I just don't watch a lot of TV. I've watched a lot of Pokemon, like the first 9 seasons. I've got them over here, but once it gets to like Diamond and Pearl, I need to get a little bit more caught up on that. Burger says I would be a water electric gym leader. Water electric. Shiny says we were on a break. We were on a break. Yes, thank you, Shiny. You get the vibe. We were on a break. Jennifer Aniston, Clarksville's not far from me. And that's where the movie Wanderlust was filmed, with Jennifer Aniston. So she was up there. And a funny story behind that, I was in high school at the time, and I was working at this restaurant. I ended up quitting and going to another restaurant that some of my friends worked at. That's what I did in high school. I mean, come on now. I'm just a dishwasher. I'm in high school. This is just a high school job. So one day I had to go into work and I just didn't go. So I called my friend Corey, who's like one of my best friends. I was like, hey man, you need a job, right? He's like, yeah. I was like, hey, well, I'm not going to go to a job. If you want to show up there, I'm supposed to be there at 4 o'clock. Just be like, hey, I'm here to replace Nick. They'll love it. And they did, and he worked there for years and ended up meeting Jennifer Aniston like 3 times because that was her favorite restaurant when she'd come into town. And he would always rub it in my face. He's like, yeah, I got to see Jennifer Aniston again today. I was like, it's great, dude. Z says, no, Zach, it's Pikachu. I love this. Who's that Pokemon game? Jason says, bug, poison, or dragon for me. Says, I love bugs and amphibians and reptiles. That would make sense. That would make sense. Elijah says, I'm here again. Hey, welcome back, Elijah. Welcome back. It's a May's birthday stream. May not be joining us. She said she wasn't feeling well. But she did stay long enough for us to find the shiny Shroomish. So that is awesome that we found that for her on her birthday after she requested it. So glad we could do that for her, guys. And thank y'all again for just being such an amazing community. Not only do I look forward to doing this, so other people do too. And like May, it was her birthday stream and she was really looking forward to that. And to just be a part of a community that can just make someone's day, even their birthday, that's really powerful stuff, guys. And so I just want to give a special thanks to you for being just amazing, shiny legendaries, because I felt like we really did make her birthday better, and we did that together, y'all. So W, y'all. Freaking W. And Kitsune says, I would be fire psychic and would use Ninetales. Obviously, Delphox. That's understandable. Just gotta stay foxy. But says, I was 15, requested a day off from work. My manager says, I don't know if you've ever had a job, but you can't choose what days you can and can't work. See, yeah, they were trying to used you because you're 15 trying to test the waters. I'm like, well, actually, I can. I remember I had a boss in high school. It was my day off, and she's like, "Oh yeah, well if you don't come in, you're fired." It's my day off, and there's a tornado in the area. But, yeah, when you're in high school, I feel like some bosses just use it. Invader, what's going on? Yeah, still haven't encountered the shiny slugma yet. Not yet, and we're even at 100% encounter for this bad boy. Which, you know, we've been in Fire Path for Pokemon Ruby at a 10% encounter. Well, this is Fire Red in the basement level 3 of Mount Mortar, where it's 100% encounter rate. So I was like, what did I think of that? It wasn't until I was like kind of getting us through like to the Mewtwo hunt and I came across this area. I was like, are you freaking kidding me? But you know, I can't. It's hard to have like this save file set up here and then also have it set up and ready for another shiny hunt. So that's why we haven't hunted here actually, because you know this is the same save file that we'll get the all the other ones. Actually, as a matter of fact, this is a good time to look at what we have in the party. We got the shiny Nova Dragonite. We got the shiny Nidoking, that is Kuyo. We got Penguin, who I don't think we've seen Penguin yet tonight. Shiny Articuno, and it is a shiny, believe it or not. Shiny Charizard, named after Char Char plays Pokemon. And let's see here. There's a Worm, shiny Mewtwo. And there's Burger, our shiny Pikachu from the last stream. So big W there, big W there. Whoops, let's go here. Whoops. Alright, I need to get into some kind of path. There we go. And Sam says, question, does every single Cubone mothers die? Well, you know, I was kind of talking about this with someone on like another stream. When it comes to Cubone, it kind of looks like a Charmander. Like, what if it was oops, hold on. Let me do something, folks. I think I got off. I'm just going to do a soft reset because I noticed I started to go down the steps and it's only 100% encounter rate on this area, so we just did a quick little reset, start over. That's good. You know, if we ever go like an hour without finding a Pokemon on a route hunt, that adds 4 hours to the save time because I've got the speed cranked up that much. So it's good to do a soft reset every once in a while if we don't find a shiny. Fo says, I did a count, caught 31 shinies during GoFest. Big score. Nice, dude. Nice. Me and my mom played for a little bit on Saturday, and she found 12 shinies. I found 1. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about it. I'm happy for her. I mean, I've got a lot of shinies in Pokemon Go anyway, so I wasn't sweating it. I'm glad she had a good time with it. And I got a shiny Mewtwo. Not a shiny Mewtwo, but just a Mewtwo. And that completed my Kanto Dex in Pokemon Go, so I was happy about that. Burger says, shiny Pikachu. Oh yeah, dude. That was a good one, wasn't it? Burger says, Sam, waiting for their moms to pass. Oh man. Mandara says, hello, good evening all. What's going on? What's going on? Welcome in, Madara. Is it Madara or is it Madeira? I feel like it's Madeira. Madara number 1, Madeira number 2. You can say 1 or 2 if you want me to correct that. And Burger says, wait Nick, so how does Charmander with a skull evolve into a Marowak? LOL. Well, what I'm saying is a Cubone could be a Charmander, but his mother died. The Charizard mother died. Because if you look at the skull looks like a Charizard. Possibly. The skull of a Charizard. And Cubone kind of looks like a Charmander, but maybe his tail went out on its flame. Like the mother couldn't protect it. And Fo says, does Cubone's mom die during birth? Ooh. During birth. Oh, so the flame never, it was a Charmander that whose tail never got lit. Because the flame wasn't lit on the Charizard. This is pretty dark. Burger says, is he Trico? Hopper says Madara. Welcome. Madara? Okay, perfect. So it is Madara, not Madara. Thank you for clarifying that. Madara? And Hopper says, Madara, welcome in. Hope all is well. Yes, hope all is well. Burger says, ZZ, Pikachu? ZZ says no. We're playing Guess That Pokemon. Sam says, I heard Cubone is an abandoned baby Kangaskhan. Okay, so now we got a third theory here. I like this. I like where we're going, guys. Kitsune says, what if Cubone has its mother's skull? Why does Marowak also have one? Because like we were saying, a Marowak may not be a Cubone's mother. A Cubone could become a Cubone only because it was a Charmander that really never had a chance because the Charizard died, and that's why the skull looks more like a Charizard. And that's why when a Cubone evolves, the skull eventually, you know, curves around its head and forms its skull. And but yeah, this is deep. This is deep. Kitsune says, now I have a headache. I'm sorry to hear that, Kitsune. Madara says, maybe it fuses with the Cubone's head outgrowing the skull. It's a very deep conversation. I did like where it's going, but I'm starting to be with like Kitsune now. I'm like, oh man, if I go any deeper into this theory, I might have a headache too. I like the conversation, but there's so many ways you can go with it. Like if once you throw in Kangaskhan, like, you know, it's a pretty good compelling theory because if you look at the way it's designed. ZZ says it's Inteleon. Madara says, thank you guys, feeling the love. Oh yes, this is a very welcoming community. Very, very much embedded in hospitality, love, compassion, support for one another. This is what that is. Burger says, Madara, yeah, that makes sense as it evolved. Madara says, just a theory, this is hypothetically speaking, of course. Worm says, I'm a believer in the Kangaskhan theory. Okay. Yeah, it's funny, like, there's so many different, like, variables of it. And they're all have compelling arguments to it. Sam says, same, Worm. I probably need to look a little bit more into the Kangaskhan lore behind it. Burger says, other than, you know, just being kind of almost an obvious design. Burger says, I'm hungry for ice cream and cake from Mother May. I do have some red velvet down here that she made for me. Good old red velvet cake I'm saving. I can give you a slice of that. ZZ says, and then I said, hold up, wait a minute. Is that from that interview from the dude that was talking about his house getting broke in? And he was like, I said, hold up, wait a minute. I could taste them. I could smell them. They're in the house. Is that if that's from ZZ or did I just come up with something crazy in my head? Sam says, and they evolved differently because they were abandoned. They find bones to protect themselves because they don't have big Mama Kangaskhan to protect them. Okay. Then yeah, again, yeah, that's a very compelling story. Or theory. Almost to the point where it's very plausible. Burger says, Nick, what's your all-time favorite burger? With details, please. You know, I'm not too fancy with it. I do like egg on a burger with bacon. I like Swiss cheese, maybe some Gouda cheese. You don't have to get too crazy with it. You know, a raspberry jalapeno sauce. Maybe add that to it for like if I'm really trying to get wild and crazy. I like some spicy barbecue on it as well. Madara says, am I late to the stream? Last time I joined, I was only here for like 10 minutes and stream ended. It made me feel a bit bad. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're early tonight. Yeah, because we're just getting things popping. So yeah, I always hate that when someone pops in and I'm about to end stream. I'm like talking my way out and someone pops in, especially when it's someone like, you know, that's always popping in, you know. It's just like I feel bad like just to end it on them. But you know, when it's time to go, it's time to go. I'm pretty structured with it. I have a little bit of a loosey-goosey schedule. You know, give or take an hour to so here, give or take an hour or so here, but I feel like my structure for streaming is pretty healthy. It's 3 streams a week, sometimes 4. I'm not ultra disciplined on the time that I go on like I used to. I used to be 10:30 on the dot, 10:30 on the dot. Now I'm just kind of just all over the place with it. I wouldn't say all over the place, but we're trying out different things. Going on a little bit earlier sometimes, going off a little bit later sometimes. Burger says same. Five Guys is decent. When I was living in Texas, there was a place called Twisted Roots, and they had the best kangaroo and ostrich burgers. Huh. There's a place here in town that sells bison burgers. ZZ says ribs. Sam says, oh wow, what does ostrich taste like? Good question, Sam. What if it tastes more like chicken because it's a bird? Burger says, Sam, I like wings, but I love ribs. Some of my favorite food, as y'all know, is catfish bites, alligator bites, you know, fried and served with remoulade. But I love me some crab legs, y'all. Some kingler legs. Some dipped in some butter. Or a good old medium rare steak. A ribeye. Filet mignon. Madara says, it's funny, whenever I get deja vu, I obviously know what's going to happen, and if it was bad, I would literally do differently to what I previously remembered. Burger says, funny thing, ostrich bleeds like a steak, but it tastes like bison and chicken all together. Really? Madara says, trying to change an outcome. Like some fancy, what was that, Final Destination? Trying to change an outcome. Burger says, I've had many ostrich dishes and made it twice, once baked and second time was smoked. Ooh. Madara says, I feel like ostrich would be a bit gamey. Burger says, alligator is delicious and catfish. Yeah, like I said, those are 2 of my favorite. I don't know why. Like, I'm sure there's more flavorful food out there, but nothing slaps when you, like a fried alligator bite. Just because maybe it's not like I'm just eating like, you know, a chicken or something. I'm eating a ferocious beast. When you're eating alligator, it's kind of like the mental, like, I don't know. Catfish not so much, I know, but eating gator, fried gator served with remoulade, oh, it slaps. It slaps. When I lived in Panama City Beach, Florida, I used to work at this place called Sharky's. I used to serve tables there. I loved it too. It was freaking. Some of those servers probably make 6 figures a year. But yeah, I would get that every night. Little shark bites. Not shark bites, but alligator bites. Burger says, Madara, it can be so tender. Madara says, nice. Baked sounds really nice. ZZ says, do you still know my story? I do remember, ZZ. I do remember. Burger says, I have a weird appetite. I tend to try everything, literally everything. I have had bull testicles. Not a huge fan. Sounds like a Fear Factor challenge there, like the bull testicles. Madara says, ferocious beast. Yes. I eat it like a beast myself. Zach says, yo, actually, y'all should try my chicken burgers. I make them from scratch, white meat, but with barbecue sauce on it before crusting it. And I put whatever you want on it. It tastes crazy. Okay. Burger says, rocky oysters. Burger says, the weirdest thing I've had and felt sick afterwards was horse. Oh, yeah. It's like on that billboard, like where do you draw the line? And it's like right about here between like horse and like chicken. But yeah, there used to be a place here in town that sold jerky. It was like ostrich jerky, emu jerky. It was all kinds of crazy stuff. Mills, welcome back in, Mills. Welcome back in, brother. Always good to see you, man. And thank you for telling me hey earlier while you were streaming. Hopper popped in and was like, hey, Mills said hey. And as a man of your word, you popped back in after you ended stream, so thank you. Shine says, really, I thought waiters pay was just based on tips. Oh yeah, absolutely. Shine, waiters, you make money through tips. And I've made pretty close to 6 figures in 1 year from serving tables. A lot of people don't believe that, and it's like, to me, that's great. But it's one of those things that's like, it's not as easy as you think it would be. Like, oh, it's just smile and not. And I'm like, no, to be a good server, you need to remember that this table over here needs a refill on Diet Coke, and you need another beer, and they need napkins. This table over here, they're ready to order. This table over here is ready to leave. This table over here is eating. So they're chilling, but this table over here is about to be sat, so you need to watch for that one. But you need to make sure you go ahead and get that Diet Coke, that beer, and the napkins for that table over here, the first table that asked you. You know, so just, and that's only a 5 or 6 table section, so just being able to balance about 20 different things in your head while people are just want to talk and like chit chat to you. You have the back of your head, you're like, you need to know what you're going to do, or you're going to forget that extra ranch, or you're going to forget to key in someone's meal. And then if you get behind, then you know, there goes your tip. So it's not as easy as it sounds. Burger says that Shani in the restaurant I work, we pay them starting at 16. Yeah, see, now in Florida, you make $8 an hour plus your tips, so I mean, that definitely helps. Here in Georgia, $2.15 an hour plus tips. Mill says, Nick, if you're my bartender, would tip you in Pokemon cards. Hey, yes, that is encouraged. I would put up a freaking... Take tips in Pokemon form. Burger says, Nick, I believe you are the best server on wine dining. Makes in 5 hours over 2K in tips each time. He's the best waiter I've ever worked with. Yeah, there's absolutely some money to be made in it. One of my friends, Justin, that I went to high school with, we'd go on vacation together. We'd go to the beach together. He got into fine dine serving, and which I've never done. But he made really good money, and he ended up making this crazy career change of, he said he's going to go to Texas and sell roofs. And he moved to Texas, then he opened up his own company out there, and now he's a millionaire. It's like, but his drive is inspirational. Zach says, Nick, if you're my server, I tip you in Shiny Luck. Thank you, Zach. Thank you so much. Medora says, I saw a video showing encounter rates while rocking, biking, and it was pretty cool. Running has a little bit higher chance. Thank you for letting me know that. Burger says, Jay, let's say my felt the crunchy. Ooh, that's funny, Burger. I hope everything's okay with that. Medora says, biking was the last place next to walking. Huh, really? Shine says, well, it's a bit different at Domino's because the drivers know what they get before it that makes sense. That makes sense. Nova says, I'm back. Back again. Nova's back. Tell a friend. Burger says, Nick, he is the #1 waiter to be chose for all wine diners. Oh, really? Dang. But yeah, a lot of people underestimate, you know. No, don't get me wrong. If you're serving tables at like a smaller restaurant, yeah, you're not gonna make the kind of bank you will at like a big restaurant. But like I said, Sharky's Panama City Beach, go in at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, get off about 9, work about 5 hours, maybe get off at 10 or 11 if it's a late night, whatever. Consistent $300 to $400. One night I worked one of those shifts, one of those night shifts, and I made $800. It was bike week. The bikers loved me. They were eating me up. So I mean, the entry level for it is low. I mean, a lot of serving jobs, they don't even drug test you. It's just if you can handle the workload, if you can handle it, make that money, boo boo. Jay says, LOL, Berg. Jay says, hey, Nova. Hopper says, I went to GameStop today in the town closest to me, and they had like 6 games, so I bought Red Dead Redemption, and I was disappointed. It's sad, you know, the physical copies on stuff nowadays. I love seeing a retro video game store, but as far as like GameStops, like in newer games and stuff like that, I want to see how they're still doing it. Have any of y'all seen that movie Dumb Money, where the dude like invested all his money in GameStop and like got super rich off of it? Kitson says, if you're my server, I would tip you one of my family sports cars. Oh, no, that's too kind. That's too kind. I'm not that great of a server. Thank you though, Kitsune. Burger says, Nova, you bake as well? Madara says, define bake. Zizi says, Nick, you should do an event. What kind of an event? And Sam says, cookies. What kind of cookies? Chocolate chip? I think Nova does, though. And Zach says, I have a family business where we make any kind of meat-related food here in Canada. Our beef and chicken burgers sell for $12 each, and we make around $500, $600 a day at minimum. Nice. That's a really good business you got going on there, Zach. Thank you for sharing that with me. That's really cool. That's awesome. Nova says, yeah, I got my own home bakery out of my house. That is awesome as well, Nova. That's friggin' really awesome. That's really cool. Thank y'all for sharing with me like kind of what y'all do. Jay says, Nick, if you're my waiter, I tip you in money. Hey, I love that. It fits. It always fits right in my wallet. Like, you know, when someone like opens up a shirt, they're like, oh, it fits. You know, holds it up. Like, that's how I am with money. I'm like, oh, it fits. I'm like, right in my wallet. Kitsune says, good point, Jay. Burger says, Nova, I will ask more in Discord messages. Nova says, okays. Bo says, holy cow, I just got a wild Zelf in Pokemon Go. Oh, dog, you got me about to like pull out my phone. I remember one time I was at work and my friend Ashton, because he saw it, you know, it was like on the Pokemon near you, and it was at this Pokestop down the street, and he's like, Nick, can you watch my tables? He's like, look. He's like, you want me to take your phone? And I already had one where I would have been like, yeah, dude, take my phone and go catch it for me, please. I'll watch your tables. So that's awesome, foe. I hope you caught it. Burger says, Nick, I would tip you with rocky oysters. Rocky oysters? I guess I'll try them out. I've never tried rocky oysters. I'm not big on raw fish, so please don't hate me, y'all. I've actually never tried sushi in my life. I love seafood. I love all kinds of fish. Tilapia, grouper, alligator, of course, flounder. What was that? I had red snapper. I went deep sea fishing one time for red snapper. I just don't know about raw fish. Burger says Zach was the name. Madara says, oh, nice, I caught so many shiny costume Pikachu today. Zach says the name. That's the funny thing. We don't have one. Fo says, heck yeah, Madara. I caught one so far. It's the one I really wanted. Nice. Burger says, Zach, website? But it says Madara. Madara says, there's so many different variants of Pikas. Yeah, there's gotta be what, 100? Oh, there's gotta be. There's got to be. Sam says, Nick, do you like catfish? Oh yeah, I was saying earlier, actually, that's like some of my favorite food is fried catfish bites and fried alligator bites. Vader says, and don't forget the mudkip. Yeah, and by catfish I mean mudkip. Alright, so I'm sorry, I've been trying to hold it. I've got to go. I gotta pay. We'll be back. Sorry, I was opening up my window. Hi, what I miss? Burger says BRB chat. Zach says I just bought a ton of Wagyu beef. Ooh, some good stuff right there. Madara says I feel alone. You should never feel alone. Was it because I was gone? Zach says, gonna turn that into burgers and sell them for around $37, maybe 47 or 45. Nice, Zach says, or should I just make them into steak and saute them? Or you could half it up, eat half, sell the other half. Nova says, go right in the middle at 40. Good strategy, Nova. Good strategy. ZZ says, don't feel alone, Medora. Zach says, great idea, Mama Nova. Medora says, try not to. And avid viewer says, I love Shroomish. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for being here, avid viewer. We did find, so the context behind it is one of our lovely viewers, one of our lovely friends, I should say, Mother May. It was her birthday today, and we knew this last stream. And I asked her, what should we hunt? And she said, Shroomish. So believe it or not, at a 10% encounter, we found the shiny Shroomish in an hour, which is some crazy good odds for us. So I'm really glad that happened that way, and hope she's having a great birthday. So yeah, now we're looking for my favorite shiny Pokemon, Slugma. Which I don't know why shiny Slugma is giving me such fits, but y'all, I'm gonna be so happy when I find this thing. Nova says, or better yet, do 45, then do a sales kind of day, and then put them at 40. Oh, see, Nova's good at marketing. I can tell you that right now. And then put them at 40, let the people think that they're getting a better deal. See, exactly. Or put them at, because if you're going to do 40, might as well do like $39.99. And Foe says, I just realized the Zelf was the last Lake Guardian I needed of the 3. Just a W spawn. Nice, Foe. Love that for you, brother. Again, man, I can't wait to make another one of your streams. Nice. Nova said, nice, Foe. I don't know if y'all have noticed, but I haven't needed to clear my throat in like an hour. When I first started streaming, it was like every few seconds. It was like, but I think I finally got past that point. So heck yeah, dog. Let's talk it up now. Foe says, hi Nova, how's your day been? Zach says, Mama Nova, you're telling me basically scam my customers? Great idea. Love it. Get rich or die trying, Zach. Madara says, happy birthday, Mother May. Yes. She said she was starting not to feel well, but so we wished her the rest of her happy birthday. Told her to get better, and I'm just so relieved that we found the shiny Shroomish and she was here for it. Couldn't have worked out any better, and we found it within the hour, so that was great. Well, a little over an hour, but of streaming, but really good. But it's the same here. I was so ready to go home as soon as I got to work. It do be like that. ZZ says that, Nick, I want to do a shiny Dynamax adventure event kinda, but no one would join me. I'm just a normal person. I would if I could. I would if I could. Kitsune says, as can I join? ZZ, can I join? Kitsune says, let me boot up Sword real quick. There we go. W. Nova says, oh, I feel that, Foe. I had to do inventory count and whatnot, and whoever did inventory last messed up my inventory paperwork. Took me extra 2 hours to fix it. Yeah, like I said, Nova, you should have called them in on their day off and been like, yo, come up here and fix this, or help me fix it. Madara says, ZZ, I'm still on the beginning of post-game shield. I need to download the DLC. I'm terrible. I did really like the DLC. What was it? Isle of Sky and Frozen Tundra or something like that. Z says, thank you, but I'm doing the arena challenge for champ. I'm in the stupid beat fight. That's funny. And ZZ says, thank you guys. That's awesome. But yeah, we got some Dynamax adventures going on. We love that. And ZZ says, I'll tell when I'm done. Fo says, dang Nova, I would have definitely had someone's butt up there to help fix the mistakes they made. I know, right, Fo? And that's what I was saying. I was like, no, it caused me to be at work an extra 2 hours. I think that's what it was. Caused Nova to be late. I'm glad you made it home safe and sound, Nova. Kitsune says, okay, just tell me when I just renewed online thing for a year. Ooh, nice. Madara says, shiny luck. Z says, Celegato is gonna eat good. Ooh, gonna eat good, you say. Sol Galio. I don't know what I said the first time. Nova says, I was so mad, but then my mom has to go and say I look like an angry librarian, and I couldn't help but burst into the laughter after that. I could picture this, Nova. I could totally picture this. That is a friggin' awesome look. Angry librarian. Fo says, almost to 40 likes. Double tap the screen, guys. Hey, thank you, Fo. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate it when y'all do call to actions for me. And Kitsune says, I have my pretty Ninetales following me. I love that, Kitsune. And ZZ says, I already did. Hey, thank you, ZZ. Thank you for the like on the stream. Fo says, W, ZZ. Yes, again, thank y'all. It's been a very much, in a good way, overwhelming amount of love and support on this channel. I had, in my craziest dreams, never thought this community would be this amazing, not just to me, but to other people as well, and just be so supportive and just be something that is so much bigger than us, and it's in such an early stage, and there's so much more to come. So thank y'all so much for allowing this to be just such a great community. And Charizard says, hey, is this the first Slugma hunt? If not, I missed it. In this area, it is. Kitsune says, Nick? Oh, don't tell me I missed the shiny. Don't tell me I missed the shiny. And, Nova says, I was in the office with paperwork in front of me, and, the computer with the reports on it, trying to figure out where it went wrong. Oh, dang. And I'm Not Strange says, how you got 6 screens in one playthrough? Yeah, so it's a really good question. So what we have is, well, this is Pokemon Gold. And the actual thing here is Pokemon Ruby, I do believe. But we use a GB flash, so you take your ROM and your save file, back that up through your GB flash to your PC, then use an emulator to play it. Now, before you do that, you want to duplicate your ROM and your save file. So, you know, when you initially do it, you'll have a ROM and a save file. Duplicate both of those. Name them different, and then go through and save them about a minute apart. Kind of like here, you'll see the time, they're all saved about a minute apart there. So whenever you find the shiny, you can essentially, you know, it's only going to be on one of the 6 save files. We're playing with a PS5 controller, that's how we're playing with all of them. And if I need to control one screen, it's a click and keyboard kind of thing. If you find the shiny on one screen, just delete your other save files, take the one that's got the shiny, duplicate that, and keep shiny hunting until you got a whole team of shinies. And Madara says, I've been a part of so many streams. This is honestly genuinely my favorite. I don't know you guys, but I love you all so much. Never been a part of something so chill. Thank you, Madara. Thank you so much. That is amazing to say. Like I said, never in my wildest crazy dreams and ambitions did I think this would be so amazing. I would look forward to streaming, you know, kind of thing. Kind of be one of those things that I thought I might get burnt out on. No, I'm doubling down. I look forward to doing this so much. I love this. I mean, y'all inspire me to be the best version of me, truly. Mill says, Nick, how close to 3K? Hey, we're 2,800 watch hours. So, and you know, it's behind by a few streams, so we might actually be there. I just gotta let it update and catch up, and because yeah, I think we're about right there at the 3,000 watch hours, brother. Nova says, I was hunched over tapping a pen to my chin. Fo says, they're plotting. Run as fast as you can. Kitsune says, ZZ, want to join now? ZZ says, Jep. Which leggy? Kitsune says, how do I invite you? I haven't played in a while. ZZ says, I have Ho-Oh, Necrozma, and Ray. And ZZ says, do a link code. Kitsune says, any work for me? ZZ says, I'm on my Ho-Oh hunt right now. Zach says, oh my god, I just opened Pokemon Go and realized I have a shiny Rayquaza on it. Wait a minute, is it a Zoro? Like, is your buddy a shiny Rayquaza? Because it could be a trick. Charizard Boy says, since it's your favorite, are you going to Master Ball it? Ooh, good question. If we would Master... Now, I guess that would make it appropriate, but since we've saved it on, you know, all the legendaries, not even the Mewtwo, I think what I would do for it is one of those that, like, can use Roar or Whirlwind and get away from us real fast. And, like, especially if my first party Pokemon wasn't, like didn't know Mean Look or something, and it was, like, a chance where it could really get away from me. I think that's why I'll save my Master Ball. Because I did have, a Shining Growlithe get away from me due to Roar, but even when I found him again, I still held on to that Master Ball just because. And Mill says, story at 12 p.m. and at 12 a.m. I really do want to do a 12-hour stream. Zach says, my buddy is shiny Rayquaza, and he's actually shiny. Okay. If it popped up on the screen, though, like before you clicked on it as shiny, it's got to be a Zoroark, right? Or a Ditto. Burger says, heard everything Nick said. Sorry, I heard loud shots, but it was my new neighbor and his Honda removed the exhaust, and it sounds like shots. Dang, I hate that. I'm sorry, Burger. Jay says, that'd be lit, Mills. Kitsune says, just goes between the bike and the mat. Mills says, use the legendary ball and a shiny legendary dog. Oh, right, exactly, Mills. That's why, it's one of the big reasons to save it is, you know, they know Roar, or at least one or two of them does. And find that on a roaming hunt where, you know, I think I have it saved at the right spot. Right before you give the Sapphire to the scientist, I've done some research on it. If I save right before that and I give him the Sapphire, that's when they release the legendary dog in the game into the roaming. Kind of like in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, you got to save right in front of the TV, right before you watch the TV, and that's what sends the Latios out into the game. You got to save right before that if you want to truly shiny hunt it. Otherwise, on a roaming encounter, if it's shiny, you run away from it. Next time you find it, it's going to be a shiny. But if it's not shiny that first time, you'll never find a shiny because its stats are locked. So I think I have it saved at the right time to truly do a real good shiny roaming legendary dog hunt. Mill says, I bet you would have the most views on your stream if you did a 13-hour stream and you would hit 3K watch hours, so we can all have become a member. You know, that's not a bad idea, Mills. And like I said, I'm at 2,800 watch hours. Each stream gets anywhere between 60 and 90 watch hours. So, and I'm a few streams behind. So if I'm not mistaken, I'm probably right there at it, you know, because it's behind a few days. So I'm thinking here in a few days, it's gonna be right over 3,000. But my next day off is this Thursday. So let's see, I worked yesterday, I worked today, I worked tomorrow, I worked the next day. But then I'm off Thursday. And on Thursday, I wonder if that's going to be a great day for me to do a 12-hour stream. I've got to get some stuff done as far as like laundry, groceries, get some groceries up in the house. I could probably do a little bit of a longer one. Medora says, hope the Honda's at least fast. And Ragov, welcome in, Gouda. Mill says, having all 3 shiny dogs is the ultimate shiny because of how hard they are to find. Yeah, right, I know. Mill says, huge flex. 12 hours a minute. Say, yeah, It would be a good one. It would be a good one. I've had ambitions to do it. I think my longest hunt's only a little over 7 hours. It doesn't sound like much to add another 5 to it, but that'd be like back-to-back streams. I'm gonna have cottonmouth like an Alabama farm. Mill says you can only do a 12-hour streams on YouTube. Oh, is it really? Is that right? I thought Rybo did a 24-hour stream. Or you may have had to break it into 2 different ones. Huh. Thank you for letting me know that, Mills. Nova says, just posted a new shiny poem in Discord. I love that, Nova. Love that. And pretty soon, I'm about to have something put up on the back wall here. It's in the works. I've already paid for the frames. Mills says, imagine how many shiny Pokemon you will catch in 12-hour stream. Oh yeah, I've got to be at least set up for a hat trick, or I've got to have a few hunts set up. Yeah, that's a good point. It would be fun. Said, no rush, brother. Well, hey, we got to do something cool for my 1-year sobriety stream. That's in about 2 weeks, so maybe here in 2 weeks I can slowly prepare for that stream. That's a pretty good strategy, I think. Madara says, Nick, do you Nuzlocke? I don't. Elijah says, what reset are you on? You know, for this one, I'm not sure. We probably haven't hit odds yet. But welcome in, Elijah. Welcome in. But yeah, the reason why I don't Nuzlocke, Madora, I mean, especially the way I shiny hunt. I mean, doing a shiny only Nuzlocke wouldn't be that bad, because I mean, it's not as bad as someone doing the hardcore OG console reset. Losing a shiny that way would be devastating. But there's just so many things on a Nuzlocke. Like, I don't know the game that well. I feel like I would just have to look up everything as I go to know what, you know, that's kind of part of a Nuzlocke. You need to know what the trainer, the gym trainer is, so you don't overlevel your Pokemon. I just don't know the games that well. And, you know, Zigzagoon can learn Surf. So, and if you ever go to Slateport City, there's a girl there that has a Zigzagoon. And even that early in the game, that Zigzagoon will use Surf on you. So if you got a Torchic, I mean, you could lose your shiny Torchic just because you didn't realize this Zigzagoon knew Surf. Little things like that, or why I don't Nuzlocke. But they're cool though. I have a mad respect for people that do it. Burger says, Madara, I don't know, but he is 17 and still high school as a sweet kid. Once he saw me, he asked if he woke my kids. I live in the Midwest, but in the countryside, so it's normal to hear sounds of shots. Oh, gotcha. Sam says, a Nick Nuzlocke would be so fun. If y'all keep applying the pressure, I might have to do it, like the Discord. Mel says, yes, if you go past 12 hours, they cut off the rest of your footage. Oh, didn't know that. I wonder if Rybo knew that. That's interesting. Madara says, Burger. Oh, okay, I see. Mill says, I've done a few 12-hour streams. A Red Dead Redemption 2 stream and a 12-hour Minecraft stream. Yeah, I was saying earlier, I've never played Minecraft, Mills. Like, ever. Someone was asking about Roblox, and I was like, I've never played Roblox, but even crazier is I've never played Minecraft. Kitson says, sigh, it made me auto-join others, not ZZ. Oh, man. Madara says, my encounter for Wally Ralts shiny when I was a kid. No way, really? I did a stream specifically to find Wally shiny Ralts. I think me and Kuya was talking about how he won't even keep it. Like at the end of Victory Road, he won't have a shiny Gardevoir. So it's like, what did you do with the shiny we found you, Wally? Sam says, that girl with the Surf Zigzagoon is such a gangsta. I know, right? It's early in the game. It's just chilling on Slateport Beach, which is a great place to be. ZZ says, oh. Kitsune says, give me a minute, ZZ. Burger says, Nick, once the 3,000 hour hits, we can start talking memberships. Maybe once a month, like a contest for viewers who showing up. Every live gets a contest for them. Okay, yeah, I like that, y'all. Hey, no, I definitely need to be reminded of that, probably. If y'all got some good ideas for that, please put that in the Discord for me. Because I'm not too good to ask for help. Like, I'm not tech savvy, y'all. I don't know anything about having a YouTube channel other than what I've done, and y'all see what some of my content is. And I know some of y'all went back and looked at some of my old shorts, my old videos. Like I say old, like from 7 months ago when I first started editing anything ever. I don't know much. So if y'all have suggestions for me, like I said, I'm not too good to ask for help. And, you know, there's going to be parts on this growing of a YouTube channel that I probably do need some help. So if y'all have advice, I mean, I'm always open ears on it. Mill says, Minecraft is amazing. You can get lost in that game. Alright. Yeah, I hear that the map is, like, pretty much bigger than the actual world itself. Jason says, if you think the zigzagging is bad, I fought one Slakith for 15 to 20 minutes using my own Slakith. Oh. That is awesome. Like actual two sloths fighting. Takes forever. Sam says, Jason, what about Ash in the anime with that Metapod versus Metapod battle? Just kept hardening against each other. Mill says, let's make Nick rich. When he becomes a YTP, if everyone donates 100, we can get him over 1,000 a night, and he can quit his job and stream full time. Thank you, Mills. That's a very ambitious wish. But no, I just appreciate y'all being here. I don't want to ask for money from y'all. I mean, I have a job. I make money. I really do love doing this. I look forward to streaming. So anything I ever get would be an amazing blessing. Jason says, I also fought a single Lomora for a little over 5 minutes, Sam. Oh, wow. Mills says, I want to bless you when you get the YTP. Thank you, Mills. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much, man. But just your love and support, no, that means the world to me. And I can't thank y'all enough. Like, I just want to give y'all another special thank you just for being such a great community. Just from being so supportive of one another and just being such positive people. Like I said, I could never have dreamed to be just a part of something so amazing. Burger says, I have a few ideas, Nick. I'll post it in the mods chat and Discord. Thank you, Burger. Welcome in, Arnilson? Yeah, welcome in, Arnilson. Kitsune says, do you have Scarlet Violet? I used to, but then I gave it away after, yeah, I didn't beat that game either. It's like one of the only mainstream Pokemon games that I didn't beat before I gave it away. And Emil says, hey, that's a bet, Jay. Oh yeah, I saw Jay said something. What is this? Did this shiny legendary Jay say? Let me go back. I rarely go back for a comment. Millsy says, I'm already pre-hired as Nick's manager, but when he goes big time, I'm open to I'd be yours, and when you go big time too. Oh, that's awesome, Jay. You are so invited to the party in the hills. And Burger says, night, Fo. Hey, have a good night, Fo. Thank you for being here, brother. Kitsune says, I don't use Discord. Gauda says, the full odds are punishing 1 in 8,000. It is pretty ruthless. It is pretty ruthless. But it's the journey, not the destination. Burger says, Nova, the poem is beautiful. Madara says, good night, Fo. ZZ says, so true. Jay says, we're going to be accepting all the reality shows, movies, fighting, Jake Paul, everything. Hey, I got a good manager in Jay. Keeping me busy. That's my agent. Hopper says, I'm waiting for the Nick and Mills collab. Hey, like I said, I'm not very tech savvy, but if there's a way that we could do this, maybe like through a Discord or something, sometimes y'all might have to spoon feed me like on some of this like technology stuff. But I'm more than willing to do it. Nova says, I'm Nick's baker, LL, Jay, and I already made plans for this. I love this. Jay says, so get ready, Nick and Millsy. And Jay says, good night, Fo. Yeah, again, thank you for being here, Fo. Always love having you, brother. Burger says, hey, scroll up and read my message. Alright. Oh, Burger says, Jay, where's the application? Nick, I can be your chef and your full-time mod, assistant manager. Perfect. Perfect. I will be needing, like, you know, it's like, I know, like, we're joking about stuff, but there could very well be, and it's hard for me to, like, even, like, talk about these things just because, you know, I try to be a little bit more modest and humble about the channel and, you know, what direction it could be. I have no problem eventually down the road, like, actually literally hiring people and putting them on a payroll to literally, like, help me do editing and just kind of keep afloat and just keep everything going, keep everything growing. I'm definitely gonna need some editors, and you know, Cobalt, who we haven't seen this stream, he, out of the graciousness of his heart, he made that short for me, the one with the shiny Mewtwo. He made that, and he did a really good job on it. So it kind of just made me think, like, okay, you know, he said it didn't even take him 5 minutes. And, like, you know, it might be worth me paying someone to actually, you know, make shorts if it, you know, if I can get so there's just a little tip, little thought there that, you know, down the road I'm gonna need help. I'm not too good to ask for help. No, but this sounds good to me, Burger. I prefer baking over cooking. Mel says only issue is that I have a Switch, so I would have a disadvantage. Arnilsa says, I make shiny hunt and emerald. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. What shinies have you been hunting for, Arnilson? CZ says, Ariza, can I invite you? I have 4 really good outbreaks. Arnilson says, I hate this game for shiny hunts. It's tough. Yeah, it's a 1 in 8,000 odds. So, yeah, it's a grind with it. It is a grind. And sometimes, you know, with Emerald, you know, when you're doing a soft reset, this is why I chose Ruby. This is my first ever shiny hunt, you know, was the Pokemon Ruby game before we went to Gold or Fire Red. And on Emerald, whenever you do a soft reset like this right here, you go back to the same frame rate. Like, even like when you're shiny hunting, like for a starter and stuff. But for Pokemon Ruby, we didn't have that issue. I had some issues like soft resetting inside of a cave, even with the legendaries like the Reggies. So funny story, if y'all go back and look at the it's probably been a month or 2 ago, so it's probably not worth going back and looking for it, but it was a thumbnail that had a Regice on it. We did a shiny Regice hunt, right? We found the shiny in 1 reset. Not only did we find the shiny, he popped up on, of the 6 screens, 3 of the 6, because it was same frame rates. So it almost makes that even more impressive because it wasn't truly 6 different rolls. But yeah, we found it in 1 reset. Mel says, Nick, how can I contact, if you have a Switch, can I get your code? So no, I actually need to get another Switch. I'm wanting to get a Switch 2. So as soon as I get me a Switch 2, I will definitely get some of those Pokemon games back. Cause like I said, I gave a lot of mine away. It was like I wasn't even really playing Switch anymore. Z says, okay, tell me. Actually, I take that back. I sold my Switch, but I gave away the games. Z says, okay, tell me, when should I tell group code? And Kitsune says, okay, you want to union circle for the raid or just raid code? Miller says, yes, I got a Discord server. I'm almost at 200 members if anyone wants to join. Love that, Mills. Love that. And you got it popping up in there. Jay says, the Nick cord? Just came up with it. That's pretty clever, Jay. That's pretty clever. The Nick cord. I like it. Miller says, everyone, welcome. Yeah. Thank you all so much for spending time out of your day to be here. It means a lot. Not just me, but a lot of people here. Arnilson says, now I have a shiny Rayquaza and Groudon. Ooh, that's nice. That's nice. And again, welcome in, Arnilson. Hope you're enjoying the content. Zach says, Regice shiny looks the same as normal Regice. You know, in the later games, you're right, Zach. Like, you can't even tell the difference. But in Pokemon Ruby, there's a pretty heavy difference. It'd be a very noticeable. Because what you're picturing in shiny Regice, or just Regice, I'm sure you're picturing a very light blue. And, you know, the shiny, but just being still a very light blue. What's weird is in Pokemon Ruby, the normal Regice is more of like a lavender, like purplish color, and the shiny is a light blue. So it's funny they took the shiny sprite and made it the normal sprite in the later games. And hold on. Mill says happy birthday, Slowpoke. Did I miss? Oh, what's going on, Slowpoke Gaming? It says, sup, it's my birthday. How you doing, Slowpoke? Good to see you again. And Arnilson says, this channel is good for night and live. This channel has been a blessing, not just to me, but so many people. This is a community that is embedded in support, hospitality, love, compassion. It's very, very deeply rooted in that, and it's helped a lot of people with a lot of different things. Burger says, you missed my chat, but to keep it short, Nick, manifest this goal. You got this, Nick. Thank you so much. I do believe I do, and I put all the thanks on y'all. Y'all are the reason this channel is getting the growth that it is. It is absolutely amazing. And Burger says happy birthdays, Slowpoke. Says Burger. Hey, yeah, happy birthday, Slowpoke. Thank you for being here. You know, this is May's birthday stream. She requested the shiny Slowpoke, or the shiny Shroomish. So I'm sorry, I didn't know it was your birthday, Slowpoke, or I would have had a Slowpoke hunt set up after this. Nova says happy birthday. Nielsen says in Brazil it's 3:30. Oh really? In Brazil it is? Yeah, it's only 2:30 here. In Georgia. Zach says, hey Nick, you want to know something about me? I'm colorblind. Really, Zach? We've had a couple of colorblind people in here. You know, May, who I literally was just saying that is her birthday stream. She's colorblind as well, and she could see the shiny Shroomish, so that was really awesome. The Slowpoke says, but also happy birthday, May, also. Yeah. So happy birthday to both of y'all. Kitsune says, also, you better not say my real name, ZZ, because you saw it. Oh, that's funny. Jason says, that's cool, Zach. Jay says, hey Millsy, share your Discord and everything in the share promo. ZZ says, my little guy. Burger says, Zach, you're colorblind, so is May, and Kitsune is blind in one eye. Love to you. And Kitsune as well. And Kitsune says, all my shiny foxes. Zach says, thanks, Burger. Amadara with the amazing shiny emojis. Appreciate that shiny luck. Arnilson says, what's your favorite Pokemon? Believe it or not, it is shiny Slugma. I've never found one. I've been streaming for, I guess, a little over 4 months now, and we've probably found 100 different shiny Pokemon between Pokemon Gold, Pokemon Fire Red, Pokemon Ruby. I've never found my favorite shiny. So, since we did find the request Pokemon from May for her birthday stream, the shiny Shroomish, which, by the way, y'all, is crazy odds. It's a 10% chance for that encounter just to pop up. When we got it as a shiny, I was ready to spend all night looking for it, like find shiny after shiny, but until we find the right one. So, pretty crazy. And we've been doing shiny hunt in Pokemon Ruby for this, but it's a 10% encounter, just like the Shroomish. And we've been trying that pretty much at the end of every stream for like almost a month. Because, you know, I'll start a stream with like a target Pokemon, and then I'll come back and try and get my favorite shiny, but I never do. I didn't realize in Fire Red there's a 100% chance of a Slugma in the level 3 of the basement of Mount Ember. So I was like, you kidding me? Let's get it. And Kitsune says, either is fine. I have everything in game, so you choose. Burger says, Nova, you still here? Nova says, yep. I love that. Zach says, the only way I can tell when I get a shiny is the sound or the sparkle effect. I do like that about Arceus. ZZ says, I kind of want to shiny hunt with you, okay? That's awesome. I love all these shiny hunters. This is awesome. And if you are shiny hunting for something, let me know what you are shiny hunting for. Kitsune says, I have 439 ability patches in Violet. Burger says, when you have time, send me your favorite baking good you ever made. Maybe trade a recipe. Nice idea, Burger. That's a really good idea. Mills says, can I post my Discord link? Absolutely. Absolutely, Mills. For you, Mills, anything. Zizi says, you choose what we hunt. Oh, nice. Defer the option. Jason says, what if it's something like Gyarados in Scarlet and Violet? I think that's a cool shiny. Mill says, I think only mods can post links though. Interesting. Well, I give permission to the mods if they can figure out how to get your link in the Discord and post it in here. Hey, by all means. Kitsune says, you choose. I literally have everything I want in game. Burger says, Zach. Nova says, shiny in 3. Mill says, screenshot. Nova says 2. Kitsune says, ZZ, you can fly with your Pokemon? Slowpoke says, did I come today? Did May come today? Yes, absolutely. Yes, she popped in immediately, and we found the shiny within the hour that she requested, and she was here for it, so that was really cool. Nova said 1. Alright, so the shiny should be popping it right. The Mole's says, hey, good luck on the Shroomish. My girlfriend gave me a Shina. I made Shroomish figure tonight, so I'll stick around. Hey, I'm sorry. We did already find the shiny Shroomish in Pokemon Ruby, so we jumped over to Pokemon Fire Red for my favorite shiny, the Slugma. So welcome in, welcome in. Hope you enjoy the content. ZZ says, no, I don't have the DLC. Worm says, vote for me for president. Jay says, Millsy, join next Discord, then friend request me, then I'll join yours and share here. Excellent strategy, Jay. Never says, Burger, is there anything specific you like? Burger says, thank you, Molzen. Z says, I didn't beat the game. Madara says, shiny alone, Raichu, and a beast ball. Ooh, sounds like a beast move. That one broccoli. What's going on? What's going on? How are you doing? It says, I prefer Ruby over Sapphire. You know, I feel like it's a pretty good even split there. Because the name Ruby is actually a family name, I went with, that was the one I got as a kid, so a little bit more nostalgic. Molzen says, Silver Slug is nice. Oh yeah, we love a Silver Slug. I don't know why I like it so much, but yeah, I love a shiny Slugma. Jay says, or friends request you when I join. Or Nelson says, for me, Shiny Lock in Palkia is so bad. Yeah, I hate how the new Pokemon games, they Shiny Lock the starters. Oh, that's lame. Zach says, Pokemon Emerald is better. Oh yeah, absolutely. Now when it comes to shiny hunting, it's probably the hardest thing to do, because like I was saying earlier, whenever you soft reset, you go back to the same frame, the A50 or whatever it's called. So yeah, it's definitely the hardest one to shiny hunt in. Z says, I want to hunt Pyroar. But I agree, Emerald is by far the superior version. Burger says, Nova, my favorite baking good is white chocolate with a mango crust or huckleberry pie with peach drizzle and an orange top crust. Dang, I like how specific you were on that burger. I want to read it again. White chocolate, mango crust or huckleberry pie with a peach drizzle and an orange top crust. That is amazing. That is amazing. Jason says, can I join you guys and shiny hunt the Scarlet Paradoxes if either of you has Scarlet? That sounds awesome. Kidson says, want to make a sandwich for it. Madara says, Emerald is king. CZ says, don't have any shiny things. No shiny things. Well, hopefully we find a shiny thing pretty soon. Zach says, Jason, what if I said I had every Paradox in Scarlet? Really? Worm says, playing Power World right now? Love that for you, Worm. Jason says, I have the regular ones. I just need the shinies. Hopper says, I'm about to crash, y'all. Great seeing everyone. Chatting, having a good time. W Nick, W Stream, W Chat. Night. Yeah, oh, please like and subscribe if you haven't. Thank you, Hopper. Thank you so much, brother. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night, man. I'll see you again soon. Hope you enjoy your week as well, brother. We may not stream tomorrow night, but definitely Wednesday at the latest. In 2 nights. Kitsun says, I have 999 of everything. Worm says, maybe we could open a Nick's Fire Games lobby. Possibly. Burger says, night, Hopper. See you next time. Zach says, I own every shiny paradox and regular paradox. Jay says, night, Hop. Zach says, Scarlet shiny hunting is easy. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, compared to these older games, I would say. Madara says, good night, Hopper. Kitsune says, let me look up the type of sandwich real quick. Nova says, I have to look, but I think I might have a recipe. Hold on, what am I doing here? For a white chocolate cheesecake. And I know how to make a bunch of different kinds of components. It wouldn't be too hard to make a mango one. Nice. I love that, Nova. Nova says, night, Hopper. Whoops. Z says, okay. Jason says, I have plenty of Herba Mystica. I also want them to be my OT. Kitsune says, I might or might not have 3 legendary dogs in my party. It sounds like you do. Madara says, Zach, it is easy, but the fact that only female Salazzle can be shiny is the tougher part. Zach says, Madara, it's because there's no male Salazzle. Burger says, hey Jay, what if in a different universe Kimbo Slice and Brock Lesnar met in a cage but in their college years and then got trained properly? If it's an MMA fight, Lesnar. If it's all out street fight like bare knuckle boxing, Kimbo. But if wrestling can be involved, Brock Lesnar was who was it? Minnesota that he wrestled for. He was a really good collegiate wrestler. Y'all know me. I'm about that wrestling life. Mill says, hold on, sorry, I just missed. It was going so fast. Oh, dang, it's still going so fast. So, everyone, my homie Reaper is so back to his live. Everyone peeping his stream, say what's up if you can. Post my Discord link there. Perfect. And Mill says, Jay, I post my link on Reaper's stream. Jay says, oh, alright, cool, Mills. I'll go say hey. Mill says, for you. Madara says, I have to go, guys. Sorry, I can't stay longer. I have scrims to complete in Rainbow Six Siege. C says, not in. Mill says, now can I finally add y'all? Nova says, oh, nice. I have a bunch of old family recipes. Burger says, Kimbo Slice is a legend in street fights. Yeah, I remember watching his YouTube videos. Those fight videos. Yeah, they were pretty gnarly back in the day. They're still probably pretty good to go back and watch. But yeah, I think it would depend on the context. Like if it's a true MMA fight where wrestling can be involved, I think we got a good one. Because Brock Lesnar, I mean, he's a good wrestler, and I don't think Kimbo Slice knows a lot about wrestling. So it's a very yin and yang fight there. And Madara says, you guys save peace and love to all y'all. Neva says, have a good night. Mill says, that way I can get in contact with y'all. Burger says, Brock Lesnar was WWE, but also heavyweight UFC champion. And even more important in my eyes, a collegiate wrestler from Minnesota. Let's see here, where did I get to? Kitsune says, 1 second, ZZ. Zach says, Moles Connor tried to prime Nightwing and broke his leg. Yeah, I went back and watched the highlights of that, all 30 seconds of it. Kitsune says that should be it. Nova says I even made my own croissant recipe. They're more for making sandwiches out of them. Jay says, there's Mill's Discord. Oh, thank you, Jay. Mill says, WJ, W Hopper. Mill says, oh, welcome channel. Click the emoji to verify. And Burger says, Brock said if Kimbo Slice would have got into wrestling and brought his street fight earlier, he would have been a beast. Oh yeah, absolutely. If Kimbo Slice would have honed in some wrestling, good training, or just have a really good coach. I feel like that's what I contribute a lot of my wrestling success to. Is, you know, of course, some of it was natural ability, drive, all that, but a lot of it was I had a coach that was from Iowa, that wrestled collegiately for Iowa. He knew his shit, and I got very lucky to have a coach like him. And let's see, Burgess says, Nick, he was a monster in wrestling. His speed and strength was insane. Yeah, exactly, to be that size and to be that agile. Yeah, I have a lot of respect for that. Wrestling is not just one of the oldest sports known to man. It's freaking one of the hardest sports known to man. It's very difficult to become a good wrestler. Kitsune says level 3 shiny fire power. That's what I'm talking about. Z says I don't have anything. Jason says, can I join you guys in Scarlet and Violet? That's awesome. Sure you can. Kitsune says they still take a bit. Burger says Nova, I want some known with some force ham and some Gouda cheese and a latte. Kitsune says it increases chances about 1 instead of, oh yeah, well that definitely, it's like almost like better than 1 in 4 better. 4 times better, I mean. Zach says, I miss doing underground kickboxing and underground MMA fights. I enjoy doing MMA myself, but I stopped at a very early age. I say like early age, I mean like 19, 20, somewhere around there. For multiple reasons. I do love it. It's fun. Burger says, Jay, look up Kimbo Slice street fights. Oh, Jay, surely you know who Kimbo Slice is. You would love these fights. I mean, I remember back being in high school, like, probably back in 2009, and me and my friends just sitting around, like, stoned, like, watching these Kimbo's fight videos, and then next thing you know, he got on the UFC, and we're like, oh, we're watching Kimbo fight, Slice fight. Like, it used to be a pretty hype. Burger says, I'm met now. Kitsune says, sure, Jason, give us a moment. Z says, we're all in Violet. Jay says, and don't forget to like the stream, y'all. Oh, thank you, Jay. Thank you. Burger says, Nova, LOL. Darn, that we live halfway across the states. Mill says, we just hit 150 on Discord. Thank you, Nova J Hopper. Nice, nice. Jason says, thanks. Kitsune says, also, auto battles will never knock out a shiny, so don't worry about it, ZZ. And Nova says, no kidding, Burger. And Nova says, no problem, Mills. Love that. Alright, let's see where we're at so far. Not too shabby. Alright. When did I start streaming tonight? I guess 11:30. So we're a little over 3 hours already. So I'm gonna go for at least another maybe hour or 2. I'm thinking. Nova says, man, someone needs to own a mansion and just fly us all out to hang out. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, you know, party up in the hills. Friggin' throw down. But yeah, I just want to thank y'all again so much for just being the amazing people that y'all are, the amazing community that this is. It's hard for me to articulate the correct words. just how impactful this has been on not just my life but other people's life. Y'all have been such a great support system for me to continue the battle of sobriety that I've been going through. Here in 2 weeks it'll be 1 year, and that's just scratching the surface of the strength and the impact that this channel can have. Really, I just want to, I know this is like the third time I've said thank y'all to this on the stream, but really big shout out to y'all. I'm so glad May popped in here. I hope she had a good birthday as well. Burger says 2 weeks, 1 year. Nice, Nick. Very nice. Yep, in 2 weeks it'll be 1 year. About 2 weeks. July 29th was when I stopped drinking last year. ZZ says, Jason, the group code is L14Y7L. Burger says, can we get some W's for Nick? Bring us together. That is awesome. Yeah, like I said, I'm just scratching the surface of what kind of impact being in such a supportive community has had in our lives. It's crazy. Jay says, yes, WWW's for Nick. Thank y'all so much. Y'all are so good to me. Y'all really are. There's no way I could give back the amount of love and support that y'all have given me. Oh, thank you ZZ, thank you Nova. It means so much to me. It really does. Never would I have thought this channel would have come to this, and something so amazing, and just how I look. Like, this is, instead of going to the bar and getting drunk and just wasting my life away, started a YouTube channel after I got sober, and I didn't know anything. I didn't even have a computer, y'all. I had my phone. I was screen recording Pokemon Go videos, and I was using CapCut as the app to edit things, and I kind of fell in love with editing by accident. I enjoyed it and saved up my money, got a PC, and when I was doing getting in the Pokemon algorithm, you know, really going, I came across a stream like this, and I knew immediately. I was like, I want to do this, because I'm just sitting and watching these kind of streams forever. I was just like, man, if I can get this figured out, I know if I like watching it, I know other people would enjoy watching it too. But it's been so much more than that. It's not about the destination anymore. It's the full-blown journey that we take in life. In the words of Mewtwo, it's not the circumstances of one's birth. They're irrelevant. It's what you do with the gift of life that defines who you are. Nova says, you're the man, Nick. Oh, thank you, Nova. Thank you. Kitsune says, on one condition, you don't reveal my real name. My name here is my middle name, but my real one I keep private, so it's in Pokemon. I can respect that, Kitsune. I hope everyone else respects that as well. Jason says, I won't tell anyone your real name. ZZ says, then join. Kitsune says, alright ZZ, I'll have to disband the group to invite Jason. ZZ says, okay. And Cairo says, watching you is kind of therapeutic. Is that Philippines? Hey, that's awesome. Thank you for being here, Cairo. That is awesome. Hope you're having a great night, or a good day. Having a good Tuesday, if you're in Philippines. Yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Kitsune says, code 6GTD81. So yeah, we have already found a shiny Shroomish tonight. And a 10% encounter. We've been looking for this 100% encounter Slugma twice as long as we were looking for the Shroomish. That's crazy. Kitsune says, if there's a fourth who wants to join any of y'all, I'll leave it open for a second. Nova says, hey Nick, you need to read the poem on Discord. I think this perfectly represents everyone here. Okay. Bet, Nova. Nick cord. And poems. Alright, perfect. Let me take a sip here. Alright, here we go. A flickering screen, a gentle glow, a place where seeds of kindness grow. From scattered souls to hearts align, a home we built, one of a kind. Through seasons shifting, gray to gold, the stories of our lives unfold. We've weathered storms and shared the light, holding each other through the night. With every comment, every view, a thread of love runs deep and true. Not just a channel, not just a frame, but a family bond we dare to claim. Through triumphs high and valleys deep, promises made ours to keep. In this sweet space where spirits blend, we found a sister, brother, friend. So here's to us, to the truth we share, to the strength we find in knowing we care. A circle of love, wide and free, forever a beautiful family. Holy crap, Nova. That was really freaking good. Y'all, W Nova, y'all. Freaking W. That is really good. Mill says, did you see mine, Nick? I did not, actually. Let me go back. Oh my god. Mill says, roses are red, violets are blue. Snorlax had my snacks, so I have no food. That was beautiful as well, Mills. I like that. That's awesome. Let me fire emoji and a fire emoji. That's awesome, y'all. You are the real shiny legendaries. That is awesome. Zach says, Mama Nova, I raised my glass of wine to that. That was beautiful. That was definitely wine glass raising worthy. Zach. Drinking wine, watching Nick's Fire games. That is exquisite. Nova says thank you. No, thank you, Nova. Thank you. That was beautiful. That was really well done. As always. But that one like really hit. That one slapped. I feel like every like poem you do, like you almost like one up yourself like every time too. How do you do that? Kitson says, ZZ, can we keep hunting? I'll make a new sandwich. ZZ says, wait. Kitson says, also, you know what? I'll say my real name. I really don't even care anymore. Mila says, I'm not the best at poetry, but I like making them short and sweet. Oh, it was effective too. It was a really good one, Mills. I liked it a lot. And ZZ says, come to me. My name reveal in 3, 2, 1, 0. Kitsun says, Caroline. Caroline's a very beautiful name. ZZ says, my real name is Lucas. Awesome. That's badass. Thank y'all for sharing that. And Kyra says, how long did it take you to get that Dragonite, bro? Well, we did it from the let me double check here. Celadon City. So yeah, we got it at level 18. It's what, level 63 now. We got it from the game corner. It wasn't too bad of a hunt. We kind of did it with the same setup, but I think we found it in one stream. And what else we got? That was from the Safari Zone. Called a shiny Melnidoran. That is a shiny, believe it or not. Shiny Articuno. Docile nature. That was our starter. Just so we would have that right there. The shiny Black Charizard. Brave nature too. Ooh. There's the shiny Mewtwo from one of the last streams. Naive natured, but from the last stream itself, Burger. The shiny Pikachu. Yes, folks. Met the power plant, wasn't Viridian Forest, but hey, it's a shiny Pikachu. And Zach says W names. Z says what we hunting? Oh, we're looking. Oh, y'all talking about in that game? Gotcha. Kyra says, but as far as I know, getting Dratini and Dragonair is already so hard enough. Imagine a shiny one. Yeah, well, it is a 100% encounter, you know, if you just buy it from the game corner, if you save up enough coins. Otherwise, it would have been like a pretty rough hunt. Kind of like a Bagon hunt. But we got pretty lucky on the Bagon hunt. TD Drew Cook says, wait, whose birthday is it? It's actually Slowpoke Gaming's birthday, and one of our friends, Mother May, she told us on the last stream it would be her birthday, this stream. So I asked her, what do we shiny hunt? And she said Shroomish. So we actually found the shiny Shroomish tonight, believe it or not. And she was here for it, and she named it. So now we're just looking for my favorite shiny Pokemon, Shiny Slugma. So yeah, welcome in TD Drew Cook. Or T Drew Cook, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm trying to say touchdown. Jason says, like my shiny Coradon. That does sound pretty cool. Kitson says, who wants to see a shiny Melodic? Also, that is beautiful. ZZ says, I like it, Jason. Zach says, T Drew Cook. It was previously May's birthday, but Slowpoke's birthday as of 12 a.m. and now it's 3 a.m. ZZ says, Nick, would you shiny hunt my favorite shiny on my birthday? When is your birthday and what is your favorite shiny, ZZ? Let me know, let me know. I think the only other birthday stream I did was for Jay, and we didn't really hunt a specific Pokemon, I don't think. What did we do for Jay's birthday stream? I'm trying to remember. I know at the end of it we caught the shiny Hitmonlee and we named it Jay. But we caught 2 more shinies before that. Let's see here. It says T Drew Cook says, ain't no way. It's my birthday too, July 14th, and I love the Shroomish Breloom line too. Is this a simulation? Shout out to y'all, man. Got a thumbs up and subscribe after that. Hey, thank you, Drew. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the community, man. This stream is, you know, I'm still very new at this, and this channel is growing fast, just because this community is so great. I had my boy Sean. He, y'all see him pop in here. His name's Jockstraps. He's someone that, you know, I used to work with. And he called me today. He's like, man, I just want to let you know, man, I'm so proud of you, brother. He's like, streamers will go 5 years to just have the kind of audience that you've been getting. He's like, I'm so proud of you, man. Let me know if I can help you do anything. It was just so supportive of me, and it was just like, it melted my heart, really. And I told him, I was like, dude, it's like this community, man. It's like it's not just bringing out the best in me. I mean, so many people look forward to watching the streams and be part of the community and be part of this love and hospitality, and the shiny Pokemon just kind of extra added in bonus at this point. So I really hope you enjoyed the content, man. And yeah, man, it's a very chill vibe here, so I hope you enjoy it. Z says 9.26, not anywhere near my favorite, but shiny is my favorite Pokemon. But my favorite shiny is my favorite Pokemon. Okay, oh, gotcha. So September 26th. Okay, well, just remind me when we get a little bit closer, and I will definitely do that for you. But my favorite shiny is my favorite Pokemon. Okay, hold on. And then what is your favorite Pokemon? I should know this. Elijah says lots of birthdays. Yeah, it's crazy. We got 3 people that today's their birthday. Slowpoke Gaming, Mother May, and T Drew Cook. So happy birthday to all of y'all. Happy birthday, Drew. And ZZ says, me wanna hunt 3 money. Mons, Lechon, Snorunt, Palmet. Ooh, I would like to do a Snorunt hunt in Pokemon Ruby or Pokemon Gold. I think it'd be Pokemon Gold, wouldn't it? Because, I mean, either way, just in case you are new here, we take a cartridge, it's a GB flash, and that's how we get our ROMs onto the PC. Just like we did with Pokemon Gold, Fire Red. So that's how we shiny hunt, initially, starting off. And there's got to be a way to put it back on the cartridge and then maybe trade it up to Pokemon Home. I just don't know where to get it from there. Like, once I put it back on the ROM, like the save file, how do I get it to Pokemon Home from there? I just don't know. Kitson says, shiny perfect Greninja. Ooh, it's a good one. See, it says W. Duraludon. Kitson says, want to see a shiny Rayquaza? I wouldn't mind. We do have a shiny Rayquaza on our Pokemon Ruby save file. Jason says yes. Jason with that number 3 badge. ZZ says, I'm with Jason. Let's see it. Show me what you're working with. Yeah, we still have not found a shiny Slugma. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. About 5 or 6 seconds on the overlays there. And Drew says, love the positivity, man. Keep that attitude. You'll do better than any of us. This just made my birthday feel a little special while I'm alone at 3 a.m. Can't thank you enough for that. Thank you, Drew. That means a lot. Thanks for opening up and sharing that with me. You're never alone here, and you're more welcome to join the Discord, where this community seems to never sleep. There's always someone awake that is willing to talk, can help you with anything that you're going through. I think this is one of the first streams I haven't said this on in like a month, but some of the funniest, kindest, smartest people you'll ever meet, you'll meet in this stream. Truly, I mean, we got people studying to be doctors in here. Who is it? Ivy tutoring meds. Ivy League educated. We got some very, very, very smart people in here. Very funny people, very kind people, and that's been the kind of people that have built this community. Is those kinds of people. I couldn't have done this by myself. But thank you, Drew. Those words mean a lot to me. Those are very, very amazingly kind words. So it's been an honor. It's been an honor. Kitson says, let me teleport real quick. Burger says, still here, just talking to Nova about food on the Discord. I love that. Ooh. ZZ says, well, I'm going to Le Bacon. Jason says, I got this for completing the home decks. Zach says, Burger, without me? Kissing says, I have 4 shiny Eevees, but I don't know which one I should evolve into. ZZ says, I don't know too. Nova says, LOL. Welcome back, Nova, and welcome back. Heard you and Burger talking about food up in the Discord. Jay says, happy birthday, T. Drew. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, very, very kind words from Drew. Very welcome here. And happy birthday again to you, Drew. But yeah, it's 3 a.m. here, so we're definitely in the same time zone, brother. Let's see, now that I'm caught up on chat just for a second, I might actually take me just a breather to get up, walk around. I don't know if y'all noticed, I haven't needed to like clear my throat in like an hour. The first hour of the stream, it was like every few seconds. I was like, just so I could talk clear. So I'm finally so glad to be past that. And Drew says, thank you guys for that. Wishing you all the best. Oh, thank you, Drew. Yeah, like I said, let me give 3 minutes. Just stretch my legs. Let me be right back. Wait, I just want to drink. Here we go. Shady's back. More Hari, what's going on, Hari? How you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. I enjoyed being in your stream the other night, man. Always love being in your streams. How you doing, man? Been working so much lately. Turn the corner. You know, in the restaurant, every time you turn a corner, you need to say corner. So I turn the corner of my house. I almost said corner. There's no one here. It's 3 a.m. Who am I talking to? That's just a habit of whenever you come around a corner just to announce yourself corner. Because we're all like running around, you know what I'm saying? It was such a habit. I almost did it here in my house at 3 a.m. Corner. Nova says, hello, Hari. Kitsune says, see. Hari says, appreciate you popping in. Hey. Yeah, dude. I enjoyed being in your streams, man. Sorry I couldn't stay longer. It was funny though, because I seen Jay in your stream. I seen Jay in Ribo's stream, and I saw Jay, I want to say, someone else's stream. Shiny Pokemon Hunts in his stream too. So it was pretty cool, man. It was awesome. It was like me and Jay were like showing up at the same parties. It was cool. But yeah, dude, I always love your content, man. I always rave about how, like, I believe you're such a great streamer just because when you talk, I can truly get that truly gut feeling in my stomach that you are such a good person at heart. That intuitive gut feeling that you have such great character. And I just like to surround myself with people like that. So, I always love shouting you out, brother. I wish I could make it in more of your streams. Kitson says, I know. And, Jason says, nice. I love Swirly Ledge. Cafe says, corner. Oh, Cafe knows what I'm talking about. Corner. Coming in. Coming out. Hari says, you're going to make me cry. Hari. I promise you, brother. I mean it. I mean it. Every word. So thank you for taking time every day to be here, Hari. Hope your streams have been going well, man. Hope you enjoying them too. That's something I'm becoming, I don't know where to say it on, but I guess since now that I'm a streamer and I've been streaming now for a couple of months, I said this earlier, you know, I love watching this kind of content. As you see, you know, I was popping in streams, all kinds of streams last night, a lot of y'all streams, and I love how much energy you have on stream that you don't ever feel like, I never feel like you know, just like burn out, you know. It's like one of my biggest pet peeves of, like, you know, being in a stream. It's just like, you know, if you don't enjoy streaming, don't do it, because it almost makes me feel bad when I'm watching a streamer and they're just like, oh, this is killing me, this is, you know, whatever. No, man, I just love your attitude, Hari. Such a G, man. Such a G. So glad to see you here. Nova says, I've done that before, that where I'll yell behind instead of corner. Oh yeah, a lot of that, behind. I used to work with this guy named Matt. He would say, bye you. Like, the Louisiana what? Bye you. Like, most normal people just say behind. Behind you. Hari says, you know, oh brother. Again, always love having you here. Kitsune says, should have thought the raid through. I use a 2-time weakness Pokemon for this raid just to show it's a shiny. He says a shiny. Hari says, playing some Power Worlds as we speak. Awesome. Hope you're enjoying that, brother. And what I was trying to full circle to on that other topic is I hope you really enjoy streaming, man. Like, I hope you still like have that love and like drive that I have for it, the passion, the want to, everything about it. I hope you have that too, Hari. Jason says, we still won. Jason says, yeah, Hari the best. Absolutely. Just amazing character. And I really wish I could make it in more of your streams, brother. Hari says, I try my best not to stream on the weekends. That way I'm excited to stream when I come back. That's good, yeah. I've definitely set myself a pace of, you know, not trying to stream every night or even every other night. Sometimes I'll take 2 nights off. It's been kind of rare as of lately, but I won't. Usually, almost always do about 3 streams a week, sometimes 4, and you know that'll put me doing like a back-to-back stream on a night. But even if I want to stream, like there's some nights where I don't, where just so I make sure I'm not overdoing. You can always overdo a good thing. I want to make sure that, you know, I'm putting out, you know, the best version of me. And y'all bring out the best version of me. So I know I've given y'all a lot of thanks tonight, but There's no way I can thank y'all enough. And Hari says, Jay, love you, fam. Drew says, what you into outside of Pokemon, brother? You like certain types of music, sports? Thank you, Drew. That's a very good question to ask. Because we talk about a lot of things on this channel. So yeah, two of my biggest passions, I would say, is Pokemon and college football. I'm huge into college football. I love my Georgia Bulldogs. I know NFL kind of a little bit, just because, I mean, it's football. But I don't watch it as much. I used to take off Saturdays just to specifically watch college football. So yeah, that's kind of my thing. Also, I was never a big Harry Potter fan growing up. But going to Orlando, kind of going down, seeing, you know, Harry Potter world, you know, Hogwarts, walking through the castle, all that. I went through last year and watched all the movies for the first time. I think it was last year, maybe the year before. But last year I started reading the books, and now I finished the books, and so yeah, because I've read all the Harry Potter books, I probably know Harry Potter better than some Harry Potter fans that haven't even read the book. So I take pride in being a full-blown nerd. I mean, I like some pretty nerdy stuff. It's a really good question, Drew. What about you, brother? What about you? Zizi says, let's go to the Dorito, maybe. Kitsune says, Dorito. Zizi says, Snorunt. And again, Zizi, you have to remind me when it gets to the 26th of September. So we can do a Snorunt hunt. I'm trying to think, is that Pokemon Ruby or is that Pokemon Gold? No, I think it's Pokemon Ruby in the Ice Cave is where I'll be able to get that. ZZ says 6-star raids are too much for me. Kitsune says 6 stars, depending on the type, I can beat pretty easily with my specially trained Alolan Ninetales. Drew says, oh, not a Bulldog fan. Hey, oh yeah. Actually, I don't know if you can see this American flag back here. I don't know if you can see in the middle. That's actually a Georgia Bulldog symbol right there. Now you can see with that light. Yeah, someone must always got a Georgia Bulldogs belt on to you. It's the LLJK. I love Bowers and Pickens. I'm more of an NFL guy. Actually, a sports writer. Spent half the last few years doing NFL coverage as an article. Dude, that's freaking awesome, man. You'll be hard pressed to find someone that knows college ball better than me. Pickens was one of the best college football players I've ever seen. Some of his catches were amazing. And talking about Bowers, I was in Vegas and I just had to, you know what I'm saying? I just had to. It was better than dropping $150 in a ding ding and losing it. But I did pretty good on my last trip to Vegas. Pretty much came back with about the same money I went out there with, but a lot more stuff. Yeah, Burger, you're right. This thing is freaking crazy, man. The amount of work that we've put into this is absolutely bananas. Drew says, did an interview with Chris Carter a few months ago. Yeah, I know who that is. Yeah, he had some of the most shortest hands in the 90s. Probably, who was his quarterback? Dante Culpepper back in the day? Dude, I love this, Drew. Oh, so the TD in your, is that, because you remember earlier I was like, TD Drew, or, T Drew. I was like, I don't know why I'm saying touchdown, but did you do the TD, like, on purpose because you're a sports writer? But, dude, that's really awesome. Chris Carter had some of the most, I'm pretty sure he's a Hall of Famer, right? He would have to be. There's some of these wide receivers, I'm surprised that they're not Hall of Famers. But Chris Carter, no, some of the most sure hands we've ever seen in the NFL. And Jason says Snorunt is home. Perfect. Yeah, so it's Ice Cave, where we found the shiny Spheal. Z says, can we do a Duralon hunt on my birthday, maybe? It's got to be Pokemon Gold, Fire, Red, or Ruby. Burger says, come on, shiny booger. Slugma. But yeah, anything from, like I said, Snorunt, we can definitely do. Burger says, wait, not booger bombing. Rat says, guess who's back? Guess who was? Drew says, gotta flex the Bowers jersey. Yeah, you know. And welcome back in, Murad. Welcome back in, by the way. Yeah, dude, I love that Bowers jersey. Love that Bowers jersey. It's amazing. ZZ says, where, Jason? And Murad says, hello. Yes, hello, Murad. Welcome back in. Welcome back in. Drew says, no, my first name is Tristan. I didn't even think about the TD thing until you just said that. Wow. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. When I first read your name, I was like, is that a touchdown reference? I was like, that's pretty freaking cool how you did that. And I was like, I think I see football everywhere. Like someone that shows like the paintings, like, what do you see? Football. What do you see? Charmander. It's always going to be football or Pokemon. Bart Star. It's just a star, Nick. Bart Star. What do you see, Nick? Randy Moss. No, Nick, this is just Moss. Kitsune says, let's see if my Ninetales works against a Camerupt that had grass Terratype. It's worth a shot, right? Murad said, it's been 3 months. Hey, better late than never. Drew says, it's nice to take a break from NFL numbers to find a good Pokemon stream. So this has been really pleasant, man. I can send you a link to my NFL sources sometimes if you want. Thanks. No, I would love that. Absolutely. There's actually a magazine that I've bought every year for the past 19 years. It's called Lindy Sports. It's for college football. I have like a whole freaking stack of them somewhere around here. Like I said, 19 years in a row. Since 2007, I bought this magazine. And they do one for the NFL, but I always read it for the college football. But I would love to read up on some NFL stuff, man. That's awesome. And I've talked about this before, how it's hard for me to find like guy friends that like Pokemon and football. Because I feel like there's so many of my guy friends that are like, they like football, but if I bring up Pokemon, they're like, you play Pokemon, bro? What? And then like I have my Pokemon friends, and they're like, I don't really watch sports. I'm like, bro, what? But I don't really watch sports myself. I just watch college football. I don't know nothing about really basketball, soccer, baseball. I'm from Georgia, you know. I mean, football is pretty much the only sport in this state, other than, I guess in this region of Georgia. We're closer to like Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina area, but it's kind of like how it is in Alabama, where football is king, and it's by far king in here. And let's see here. Murad says, I think I'll be joining the streams because it's summer. Okay, awesome, Murad. Love that. ZZ says, okay, then a shiny Trapinch, please. Oh, good one, ZZ. Yes. Because what's the good thing about Trapinch, hopefully it will have the arena trap ability, where it will trap other Pokemon from getting out. From fleeing. So I love that. That's a really good one. Kitsune says that ZZ, just keep me healed because it had fire moves. Oh, nice. Burger says, Nick, before July ends, you will be at 600 subs, 557, and going strong, bro. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you, man. We are freaking going really strong. Murad says, I play basketball. Awesome, Murad. What position do you play? Do you play a center, a point guard? I hope you enjoy it, too. Drew says, yes, there was a great magazine back in the day. I just left Athlon Sports a few weeks ago. And just to name drop them, but nah, the same. Football Pokemon community is bigger than you think. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. It's really, there's a way I could collab some of those things together and get more like-minded people. I would love that. I would love that. So, yeah, dude. I'm glad the algorithm got pushed to such a cool person. I mean, like I said, some of the funniest, kindest, smartest people you'll meet in this stream. But glad to have you, Drew. Glad to have you. It says, oh, dude, I grew up on UNC campus going to their basketball and football games. I know how it is. Dude, you would love my friend Aaron. He played center for University of North Carolina Tar Heels. And Actually, I used to work with him not long ago. We had the same birthday. It's my birthday twin. But yeah, he's a really cool dude. Big Tar Heels fan. Last time my Georgia Bulldogs played the Tar Heels, Jacob Eason was our quarterback. I think it was like his first game, and like we got it done. I think it was in the Georgia Dome. But yeah, it's cool, dude. Harry says, I really just watched the NBA. Started watching NFL this last year. Spun a wheel of NFL teams and landed on Atlanta. Hey, it's my Dirty Birds. I am a Falcons fan. I just don't tell a lot of people that. I grew up watching the Falcons and the Georgia Bulldogs, right? The Bulldogs have always been closer to my heart. The Falcons have always disappointed me. Everything from the Michael Vick scandal. You know, I'm a huge dog lover. I love dogs. You know, so that hurt. I even had a fat head. If y'all know what fat heads were, there's this big thing that you stick on your wall. So before the whole Michael Vick scandal came out, I mean, pretty much right before it happened, I had a huge fat head in my room of Michael Vick, like a life-size fat head. And then all that stuff happened, so like, that hurt. And then, you know, being up 28-3 in the Super Bowl, me and my friend Corey, I think RJ was there, someone else. I remember like no one in the room got excited, like any point. Like no point where we ever jumping up and down like, yeah, we won. Like we knew, like, you know, this is our Atlanta Falcons and this is Tom Brady that we're going up against. Something isn't right. And it wasn't. Drew says, Aaron who? I don't know if I should say his last name. But yeah, he played center for Tar Heels. Back when T.J. Yates was there. I remember T.J. Yates. I remember he actually ended up going to play for the Houston Texans, and then as a backup, came in a game and beat the Atlanta Falcons. I was like, you little lint liquor. Worm says, we still in this. Let's go. Hey. ZZ says, burn one. Kitsune says, irony. Worm says, shiny luck. Burger says, Nick, I raised blue nose pits. I wish he would have got his balls bit by them dogs. Thank you, Burger. Thank you. So you understand, like, just what kind of gut wrenching that was. Just to be like, that's someone, like, you know, I used to pull for. And then, like, dude, you're going to do what to dogs? Because I'm sure a lot of y'all don't even know the details of, like, what he would do to dogs that would lose fights. Yeah, it's sickening. Worm says, we popping off in the Discord. Hey, I love that. And ZZ says, wait, can we farm herba? Kitsune says, about 70% of the health bar in one move, even with a -2 special attack stat. And Kitsune says, yes, we can farm them. Raids give a lot. And Jason says the 6-star Earthworm has a chance to drop some. Kitsune says send raid thing. Worm says I've eaten pretty healthy today. I want to snack, but I'm trying to eat healthy and start working out more. I'm proud of you, Worm. Proud of you. A lot of people don't realize, you know, when you work out and get to the gym, you know, that's only half the battle. The other half is eating correctly, and dieting correctly. That's awesome, man. Sounds like you're really trying to take the steps forward into doing that. I believe in you, Worm. Zach says, well, Nick, I'm going to head out and go a shiny hunt on Pokemon Scarlet. Have fun, everyone. Be safe. Hey, thank you, Zach. Thank you for being here and spending so much time here and being engaging in the chat. Zach, that means a lot. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Oh, when I took that last break earlier, you know, I was stretching my legs thinking, alright, so when I get done with stream tonight, I'm going to probably go ahead and make a thumbnail, get us all set up and ready for our next shiny hunt. But what do I hunt? Where do I go? What do I do? So, tonight on the save file with I'm not ending stream, by the way. I'm gonna start a poll actually, because I need some help, y'all. Worm says, "Thank you, Nick. If I make serious progress or notable progress, I'll let the community know." Thank you, thank you, thank you, brother. Let me first see what Pokemon appear in Granite Cave Pokemon Ruby. Because we found the shiny Shroomish, shiny Wurmple, shiny Whisper, and the shiny Mudkip. So I need to defeat... Who's that in Roxborough City Gym? Roxanne. And then when I go out to Dewford Town, looks like we can get us a Zubat, an Abra, a Geodude, Makahita, Mauville, exclusive to the okay, Mawile. I always thought it was Mauville. Makahita or Aaron. So let me put that in the chat. Abra, Makahita, Aaron, or Mauville. All right. Create a poll. What do we shiny hunt for next? Alright. And all these Pokemon are going to be available in Granite Cave. Makuhita. Add option. Abra. Boom. And Jay says, Worm. Yoga's a good idea too. Jason says, are you able to play it on the TV? Worm says, yoga's a good idea. I'm not very flexible, so it would be good practice. Drew says, I only asked because if it's UNC's Aaron Stahl, I was going to say I met him when I was like 10 or 11 years old. Small world. Dude, yeah, it is Aaron Stahl. I've worked with him, like... Dude, I gotta take a picture of this. I'm gonna send it to my boy Aaron. What is up with my phone? Dude, that is great, dude. Drew, that is awesome. I'm gonna have to send that to my boy Aaron. He's going to friggin' flip. That is awesome. Yo, that is freaking wild, bro. Kitson says, let me try with a different one. But yeah, like I said, he played center for the Tar Heels. Really cool dude. I mean, back when I used to drink, me and him got sloshed together. I mean, we used to like friggin' get drunk at the bar, then go to work. That's my dog. I don't drink anymore. Here in 2 weeks, I'll be a year sober from alcohol. But yeah, me and that dude, we're throwing down. Such a cool dude. Yeah, dude, that's a mind blowing. Burger says, Nick, your Discord is popping. Oh, the Nick cord is popping off, isn't it? I love that. Drew says, no, that's insane. I'm down laughing right now. Dude, I'm sure you seen my face. I was just like, what? So that's crazy, dude. Yeah, that's my boy. Tokimon, what's going on, Tokimon? How you doing, man? Good to see you, brother. How you been? How art thou? Kitson says, Nick, when's your next stream? I'm probably gonna take tomorrow off from the stream, but Wednesday night. So in 2 nights from now, we'll get it going. Burger says, shiny Slugma, I'm putting bounty out on your ass. I know, right? This has been like... Well, I think because it knows it's my favorite. I mean, the math don't even math. I mean, we had a 10% chance to encounter a Shroomish, let alone the shiny, and we find it in an hour. and we spend the next 4 hours looking for 100% encounter Slugma. Not to count the countless hours we have spent looking for Slugma on Pokemon Ruby. Crazy. Hari says, W sobriety. Thank you, Hari. ZZ says, anyone want to play Pokemon Violet with me? Kitsune says, next stream, us three can do it again if you both are here, and make sure I have my Stitch fully charged. Pokemon says, sup, Jay? Or, Kitsune says, switch, gotcha. And Pokemon says, I'm good, thanks, how are you doing? I'm doing great, brother. I had a great day at work. I made some good money, that's why it was a great day. I was expecting a slow day, but I about got knocked out. It was busy. You know, it's always the punch you don't see coming that knocks you out. Yeah, that was almost work today for me. I was expecting a slow day, and just out of nowhere, boom, 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 boom. Okay. It wasn't that bad. It was just for a Monday. I wasn't expecting it. Drew says, yeah, someone please clip that. Kitsune says, okay, ZZ. Jason, if you both are able to be here Wednesday, us three can do it again. Hey, I love that. ZZ says, okay. Jason says, I'll be there. Drew says, I'm currently trying to breed up a max defense, special defense Gulpin with relaxed nature. Please pray. Awesome. I love that, dude. I believe in you, Drew. You got this. ZZ says, anyone want to play games with Mister? Burger says, alright, Nick. Good night. Night chat. May catch you in another shiny. See you on Wednesday. Awesome. Thank you, Burger. Thank you so much for being here, brother. That means so much to me. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night. And yes, I'll see you Wednesday. Jay says, night, Burger. Peace. And Nova says, night, Burger. Sleep well. That's so sweet to say. Sleep well. But yes. Hope you sleep like a baby, Burger. Hope you sleep like a baby. And let's see. But yeah, this shiny Slugma is putting up one heck of a fight, ain't he? Ugh. Even at 100% encounter, I swear, even if he was a 99% encounter, I feel like we'd find that 1% Pokemon before we found that friggin' shiny Slugma. Of course, because he's my favorite. Drew says, yeah, just know if you read an NFL newspaper, the writer is logging off and going to breed Pokemon. That is awesome, dude. Yeah, really enjoyed the conversations, Drew. Really enjoyed the conversations tonight. So thank you for being here. It means a lot. And Jason says, I'm doing the Earthworm again, using my Lurenetis, and doing a pretty good job this time. Nice. Good job, Jason. But yeah, I want to get a Switch 2 pretty soon. I was kind of wanting to hold off till Winds and Waves comes out, but I might go ahead and get it because some games I've been wanting to play with y'all. Drew says, thank you, man. Thank you for having me. You have a great night. Hey, you too, Drew. Hope to see you again soon, man. Thank you so much. ZZ says, Jason, want to play together? Kitsune says, I chose the wrong Zacian for that fight. The one I use is meant for against trainers, not raids. Ah. Jason says, the Earthworm is down? Jason says, sure, ZZ. And Birdman says, hi. Hey, welcome in, Birdman. Hope you're having a great night. Thank you for being here. Jason says, it's okay. Let's see. Oh, it looks like Abra's the winner here. No way. Y'all chose Abra over almost anything else? Really? Interesting. Because, yeah, I think we have found a shiny Abra. I know we found it in Pokemon Fire Red, right? No, was it Gold? I think it was Pokemon Gold we found the shiny Abra. I don't even think I found one in this game yet. And Kitson says, I usually don't trade my shiny Ninetales, but y'all, I might give a few out. But yeah, I might go ahead and end stream because it looks like it's an overwhelming Abra win. Like it wasn't even close. But says, I usually don't trade my shiny Ninetales for y'all, but I'll give y'all a few out. They're already perfect IVs. Nice, Kitsune. And ZZ says, OSRHGT is the code. And Mawile was my pick. I think my pick would have been a Makihita. But the problem with a Makihita, I don't know what level he'll be at, but I found a Makihita one time on one screen. I was just casually playing through to get through Victory Road. Wasn't even streaming, wasn't shiny hunting, nothing. But I ran into a shiny Makihita, and then the first thing he does is use Whirlwind and gets away from me. So that's when I did the shiny hunt for the Credillia, because you know suction cups. If someone uses Whirlwind on that, then yeah, it's just not going to work. Jason says, hang on, I just found a shiny fire Acario. Ooh. Yeah, we can hang on for that, Jason. And ZZ says, Jason, do you have Discord? Kitsun says, I specifically train all of them, and they are all level 100. If I ever do give them out, just tell me the name, and I'll set to that. Jason says, Discord. I have it. Birdman says, what are you currently doing a run through for? Let's see, what save file is this? We're in Pokemon Fire Red. So essentially what we try to do is just find some cool shinies. Or sometimes we just take what we can get and play through the game with shiny only Pokemon. And that's how I started streaming about 4 months ago. But now we're at the point where it's actually kind of worth it to kind of wait to see the shiny Pokemon that we really truly want to see. And like tonight, for example, tonight was May's birthday stream, and I asked her on the last stream, what should we shiny hunt for, and she asked for Shroomish. So we found the shiny Shroomish, believe it or not, very quickly. Crazy odds that we got there tonight. So lucky on that. Because I didn't think we'd be able to get to this. I thought we'd find a shiny Cascoon, shiny Zigzagoon, shiny Tallow, shiny Wurmple, everything but the shiny Shroomish. But, no. It shined. Kitsun says, the only Ninetales I don't trade are my original Game Boy one from Pokemon Red. Oh, that's understandable. That I've transferred over the years, and also my first shiny, which ironically was also a Ninetales back in Sapphire. Really? Your first shiny was a Ninetales back in Sapphire. That's really cool. ZZ says, PM or DM me, Jason. Kitsune says, it's weird to think about. I have a Ninetales from 1998 that has the original Game Boy ribbon on it. It's crazy. That Ninetales is old enough to drink alcohol, probably. That is crazy. And might be old enough to rent a car and a hotel room. It's pretty funny though. Kitson says 28. Oh yeah, I can definitely buy alcohol, and I think you gotta be 25 to rent a car or a hotel room. So yeah, I mean, this Ninetales, full blown adult. I love that. Which isn't it so weird that you gotta be 25 to do certain things? Like, hold on. Am I not already an adult? Like, what? I guess it's kind of the same thing. Like, I know other countries have a different drinking age, but in the United States, it is kind of weird. Like, we need to pick one of the two. Is it 18 or 21? When are you truly a man? Because at 18, you can take a gun and go fight and die for your country. But you can't have a Bud Light. Nope. And Jason says, my Discord name is Jason22 or Jason220089. Try both, ZZ. Nova says, this Pokemon really does not want to shine. I know. Like, we got some really lucky odds on the Shroomish, and then we're getting like the crappiest odds you could ever imagine on this Slugma. Like, when you really combine the time of looking for it on the other Pokemon Ruby and Fire Path at a 10% encounter, it's like, hell, I've eliminated the other 90%. We've made this 100%. I still can't find my favorite Pokemon. Or Hari says, it's older than me. That's funny. Maybe, was it you, Hari, last night that was saying that your first console was a DS? Was that right? Mine was a Game Boy. And actually my first game I ever had, Pokemon Red. Pokemon Rizgod. So yeah, I was so young when I played that game. I was in first grade. The graphics were so horrible. I was stuck in the first your bedroom when you start off the game. I couldn't tell what with the little graphics on there that was stairs, and you're supposed to walk into the stairs to go downstairs. The first week I had the game, I would turn it on like here and there, and I couldn't figure out how to get out of the bedroom. And then of course when I figured out how to get out of the bedroom, lots of things opened up for me. But then of course, you know, I had the same struggles everyone else had. Couldn't get past Brock because I chose Charmander. But one day I chose Bulbasaur, and I also thought that you had to go through and beat the entire game like in one playthrough. It wasn't until I chose Bulbasaur one day, beat Brock, and I was like, oh my god, that's amazing. How can I like get it to like stay like this? And I saw this thing that said save, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll try it. I turned off my game, turned it back on. I was right there after beating Brock, and I was like, oh, this game is lit. This game is lit. Being in first grade, I mean, those emotions are like yesterday to me. Just like being in Pokemon Gold and that feeling when you get done with Johto and you find out there's a whole Kanto section. That was a pretty lit moment as a kid. And ZZ says, my name is Sheen, 2014. ZZ says, I typed your name in Nick's general. Jason says, I'm not in his Discord. Kitsune says that Ninetales is older than a lot of people here. Probably true on that. And Hari says, NDS Lite. Jason says, add me on Discord, ZZ. ZZ says, can't find you. And don't know how. Huh. Well, I just want to give another big shout out and thank y'all to all y'all being here and watching. I appreciate you taking time out of your day / night to be here. And the least I could do is find you my favorite shiny Pokemon. It's the least I can do. I think it's because it's my favorite shiny. I think that's the shiny karma behind this. For example, I asked May on her birthday, again, happy birthday May, what her favorite shiny, or what should we hunt for, and then we found the shiny very quickly at a 10% encounter. Now I pick one hunt for myself afterwards at a 100% encounter, and 3 hours later, nothing. ZZ says, can you join his Discord? It'd be easier. I'm hearing my Discord's popping off tonight. There's lots of things going on up in there. Worm says, vote for Worm. Hold on, let me do this correctly. Boom. Vote for Worm. Worm for president. And speaking of the Discord, Worm is the Discord president and mod of my Discord. Our Discord, we should say. Jason says, go to add friends by username and try Jason22 or Jason220089. Worm says, anyone having exciting plans tomorrow? Good question, Worm. I've got to work 4 to close. Worm said, woo! So yeah, what about you, Worm? You got any cool plans for a Tuesday? A hot summer Tuesday? And ZZ said, did last one. Noah says, this is one of the highlights of my nights to spend with all of you. It's amazing, Nova. Love that. Love that you're still here, too. Worm says, when do you guys close? We'll close the kitchen at like 10. And then, you know, at my old job, we'd close the kitchen at 10, but the bar's open at 12 o'clock. So it's like, I wouldn't be getting out till like 1 a.m., sometimes 2 a.m. You know, those nights where I get out at 2 a.m. It's like, you know, streaming's out the window. But now, if we close at 9 during the week, you know, I can get home by 10:30. If we close at 10 o'clock like we did last night, or 2 nights ago when I streamed on Saturday night, I got out by 11:30, and I'll just stream when I can, you know. So it doesn't take too long to get out. My other job, yeah, it would take like 3 hours to close up. It's ridiculous. Redonkulous, more like it. And Worm says, I've got tomorrow off, so I'll be doing mostly cleaning and organizing. I love that for you, Worm. Hope you enjoy your day off tomorrow. Kitson says if... Oh yeah, and Worm, I'm sure you can appreciate this. I'm not sure if you were here earlier for it. Because, you know, in my restaurant, I'm always like... We always say corner whenever you're walking around a corner, because we're all flying all over the place with drinks and trays in our hand. So you say corner, corner. Like everywhere you go, there's so many corners in the restaurant, right? At 3 a.m. I was coming around this corner here in my room, and I was like, corner. Or I think I almost said it. I was like, what am I doing? It's 3 a.m. I'm here alone. I don't need to announce myself coming around a corner. Kitson says, a few years ago, I was an admin in the Pokemon Violet server, but then I started getting messages that traumatized me, and I deleted the app. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Kitsun. Worm says, Nick streams are always a highlight. Y'all are a highlight of my night. Worm says, my shifts have been 4 to 10, mostly 2. Nice. Oh, it's cool. It seems like we're working the same hours. Nice, brother. How long does it take you to close up? I would probably imagine about 2 hours. That's what I'm guessing. Kitson says, people online can either be really good or let's just say really gross. Yeah, you know, even in the stream, you know, we've had some smartest, kindest, funniest people you ever meet. Yeah. We've had some of the nastiest trash as well. It's disappointing. Worm says, LOL, Nick, I love that. I'm a big believer in safety callouts, especially since I'm a 6'2", 300-pound man. I worry about people bumping in and getting hurt or accident or elbow someone. Oh, so you understand, you know, the whole, I think Nova was talking about it earlier. She's like, I'll just say behind or something. I was like, oh yeah, like, you know, I worked with a guy that would say by you whenever he would walk by you. He'd be like, by you, by you. I'm like, Louisiana, what? But, yeah, behind is a big one. Should always be announcing yourself. Well, the place I work, it's so many corners that, I mean, I've worked in a couple of restaurants, but not one like this where, like, you need to announce yourself because there's so many tight corners, that, I mean, if you don't, you're going to run into someone and you're going to get sweet tea all over you. That's going to be some sticky business. Get some Sprite spilled on you. That's the stickiest of the sticky. That Sprite syrup. And Worm says behind is my most used for sure. Yeah, I think behind used to be my most used, but now it's by far Corner. Corner. Someone commented earlier, they're like, corner. Oh, you get it. You freaking get it. Worm says, or oven open, behind. Or I know some people in the kitchen would be like, swinging hot. Like whenever you got something hot, you're coming around with it. Swinging hot. And I've heard people like when you're carrying a knife, I feel like everyone has a different like alert system. Some people say knife. Some people don't say anything at all. Just walk with the knife, like holding it straight out, hoping something bad happens. Some people say sharp. Neva says right, especially if you're carrying something hot. I'll say behind hot. Or we got like a bunch of big bar glasses. So after they come out of the dishwasher, it'll be like hot glass, watch your ass. But that's a little extra. Neva says, we're hot, don't step back. Kitson says, I say top left. I like top left. I feel like I change it every hour. This hour, I'm going to go middle right. Worm says, I always yell hot, depending on how hot it is. So if it's like boiling water, I'm yelling. Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. Yell that shit. No, it says exactly the same here. Heard. I know y'all get that a lot. Heard. Like, it's confirmation. I need to hear that part. That heard part, I need to know that you heard what I said. I need it on the fly. I'm sorry, Worm. No, the kid wasn't there when I took the order. Oh no. But they all got food. He don't have food. I'm sorry, I need it on the fly. I am sorry. You know what? Don't even worry about it. The kid won't eat. Screw him. Worm says, sometimes I've been saying behind all day. I'll start to say in front, behind, beside, all at once. That's what I was getting to earlier. I was like, it's just like all day. Corner, behind, coming in, coming out, coming in, coming out, behind, corner. It's like I come home. Sometimes like you gotta actually like mentally turn it off. Kitsune says, now imagine if you got multiple shinies in the 6 screens. Well, it's happened before, but I can almost assure you every time it's been a duplicate same frame rate. And it's always happened off like a soft reset. Doing a route hunt like this, it shouldn't happen. If we find 2 shinies that pop up, then we'll catch them both and they should have different stats. And Worm says, I also love to say heard. Oh yeah, that's a necessity. Like, you know, like when we're saying like corner, behind, like, you know, a lot of people probably should say it, but they don't. But heard is like one of those things like, no, you don't sin. Shall not sin. You just say heard. Hari says, this is fascinating because I've only worked warehouse jobs. Oh yeah, there's a whole restaurant lingo. Like, for example, 86. Like, we have that in our computer. If I need something 86'd, I can 86 it right there. But a lot of people are like, 86, like, if I say 86 baked potatoes, that doesn't mean I have 86 baked potatoes. That means I got 0. Nova says, yeah, it's crazy. Jay says, are any chefs freaking out like Gordon Ramsay? I think everybody does, to some degree, in a restaurant. I mean, we've all had. I mean, if you've never went into a walk-in and screamed at the top of your lungs, then you probably just haven't worked in a restaurant long enough. I mean, some of those kitchen guys. I mean, you know, I might go into like the freezer, you know, get some ice cream. and you just see them back there hitting a blinker on their vape. Just like you open up the freezer door, and they're just in there like crazy busy, ain't it, man? Crazy out there. I'm like, yeah, dude, I know. Oh, excuse me. Someone's working here. But I can confidently say that I do a better job of managing my anger. I used to get pretty lit. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I can be the fire games sometimes. I do a really good job nowadays of managing my anger and not letting things get too overwhelming to me. But hey, I used to drink on the job a lot, so yeah, I used to get pretty mad on the job a lot too. Nowadays, not so much. Pretty chill with it. I mean, hey, it's burgers, man. It's chicken wings. It's like, how stressed are we gonna get, you know? Like, we all take our job serious, but at a certain point, I've got to remember that it's just chicken wings. Because I'll get friggin' lit. I remember one girl who actually liked there for a little bit, and this is at my old job. I got mad. I came back there and like slammed the friggin' tray down and probably cussed out loud. And she said at first she thought I was kidding. She thought I was being funny. She didn't think I could actually get like that, like friggin' mad. But no, the restaurant industry will do that to you. Never says, "Well, I need a runner stat." Oh yeah, always do the same. Runner, please. I can't even. I don't even want to blast out this friggin' microphone, but runner, please. At the top of my lungs. But when I say it's almost like scary, it's like, runner, please. You know, I can't yell right now. I can't. But it's deep, it's loud, and it's scary. And it's supposed to be scary because I want you to get your ass over here and run this food. Worm says, a la carte chicken. It's always that ranch that gets forgotten about. Worm says, I'm a very cool-headed cook. I've definitely yelled in the fridge and maybe punched some innocent fry boxes in the door. No one was injured. It was just best case scenario. So I'm glad you brought that up, Worm, about the old punching stuff. So like I said, I used to drink on the job. Don't recommend. And I'd get mad. And it was always, I work in a tourist town, so right, there's some people that are not from this country and they have a hard time speaking the language. You can see how that can get I thought you said this, and you know, and then it looks bad on me because you know, I took the order, but I couldn't understand what they're saying. So I've went outside and punched a dumpster a few times to the point to where I don't do that anymore. That dumpster punches back. And Daniela says, oh no, he went to bed and missed out on what he does for a living. Daniela says he has so many kitchen stories. Daniela says, I just got home from work and he is now sleeping. I will tell him in the morning. Hello, Miss Burger. What's going on? Yes, Burger, I'm sure would have some great stories for us. He always does. So, yes, welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for popping in. This is Mrs. Burger, everyone. Nova says, hello, Mrs. Burger. Jay says, Mrs. Burger, hey. Daniela says, sorry, this is Burger's wife. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you for popping in. That is funny, though. Yeah, you're right. Burger would have some really good stories for us. Always. And Burger's such a great dude. Great, genuine, down-to-earth guy. So wholesome. I know I've said this before, but it's just like, it's so wholesome when you ask him how he's doing. He's like, it's a great day, man. You know, laying here with the wife or spending time with the wife. Chilling out, you know, just Burger's our boy. And Nova says, I hope you had a good work day. For me, I thought it was gonna be a slow day. I about got knocked out. It was pretty busy. I shouldn't. If I expect it to be busy, I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna rock it. If I'm expecting a slow Monday and it ain't, I'm in trouble. Jason says, Nick got angry. Shocked Pikachu face. That's what that one girl said. She's like, I thought you were kidding. Like, I thought you were like genuinely like just trying to be funny. Like What do y'all think I am, a master actor? No, that was genuine pissed off, Nick. Daniela says, hi, Nova. Hello, Jay. Worm says, I was wondering, Danielle, welcome in. Worm says, I think it's cool how many of us work in the food industry and people who don't please ask questions. Oh, yes. But you know, I think I read a statistic somewhere that here in America that at least one person in your family has worked in the industry. 33% of people, or all families, can say someone in their household either works or worked in that industry. So a lot of people get it. And Nova says, I like how I was the only one that recognized her immediately. It wasn't until I read down a comment like real fast, I was like, oh, it's Mrs. Berger. Good job, Nova. That was actually really cool. Daniela says, I'm good. Hi, Nick. By the way, he was acting like a nostalgic child when you caught the Pikachu. It was nice to see him cheer up. Oh, that is awesome. Yes. Because Berger did, he had asked for a month and a half. He was like, when are we going to do that shiny Pikachu hunt? You know, just casually kind of throw it up here and there. And I was like, you know what? After we found the shiny Mewtwo, I think that was the first hunt we did afterwards. Since we went through and got all the shiny legendaries, which was, you know, my goal, you know, my end game to it. After that, I needed something to hunt. And so I'm glad Berger applied the pressure on that, because it ended up being a really good hunt. I enjoyed it. I'm glad he enjoyed it too. And Danielle says, I do have to go. I have to another shift in 6 hours. Please all take care. Hey, thank you for coming in, Danielle. Nova says, oh, that's good to hear. He definitely deserves some cheer. Oh, yes, we love Berger. Nova says, you as well, hon. Please don't overwork yourself too much. And Jay said, good night, Daniela. Hari says, do you like when customers stack up all their stuff at the end of the meal, or just leave everything? That is a universal sign that you served a server, probably. Is when you come check on them, they've already stacked all their plates up and everything for you. Yeah, I like that. I guess for me, as a server, some of my pet peeves, like as a customer, you gotta know when to bounce, chit chat, and let me go. So I don't have to be rude and be like, hey, let me go check this out real quick. You know what I mean? Like, let me go do this. Let me go check on one of my other 7 tables. Because I get it. I want to talk and chit chat with my people too. But there's some people that you just gotta know when to let your server go. Even say something like, hey, if you got something else to do, you go do that. Some people just think I have nothing better to do. When I probably kind of seem that way, when I'm just so, you know, chill and relaxed, laid back, kind of casual, maybe a little bit of a nonchalant attitude, but that's just how I play it. Alright, that's just how I play the game. I'm like a duck above water, chill and calm, but underwater, freaking, I'm going, you know what I'm saying? Probably have some other pet peeves, I just can't get into them now. Jason says, I work in a college cafeteria. Okay, so yeah, you understand a lot of what we're going through. Nova says, I personally don't like it because sometimes the way they stack it, it's easier for everything to fall when you're carrying it. Right, because some people don't know how to stack plates. They're going to put the little plates underneath the big plates. And so when you start carrying it, it's like why'd you put the soup bowl at the bottom? But they're trying to help. So that was a pretty good point to bring up, Nova. So like, they might be trying to help, but they just don't know how to stack plates. Which would make everything much more difficult. Worm says, good night, Daniela. Sleep well, take it easy. Nova says, but when it's stacked properly, yeah, I like that. Absolutely. One big thing to me is I like having a good host. A lot of people underestimate the power of a host in a restaurant. As a server, I can tell you that if I have a good host, the people, when they walk in through their door, they're greeted with a friendly smile, a great attitude. You don't even have to give them a smile. Just be nice, be genuine to them. I mean, it can really set the tone for the rest of their experience in their night. So when they get to me, you know, because I don't know if you can imagine, sometimes if you're in a busy restaurant, sometimes you have to wait for an hour to get sat. Then you're dealing with a rude host. So by the time you get to the server, it's just like, you know, I'm trying to make sure they're having a good time, but they're just not. So having a good host is very underrated in a restaurant. And Original Surfer says, saludos. Welcome in, Original. Welcome in. Cheers. Worm says, hola, amigo. Jason says, there's a roach and fruit fly problem in the building. Ooh. We don't loves that. Worm says, that sucks, Jason. Worm says, how do you feel about that kitchen? Mari says, another question. Say we're done our meal and pay the bill. We don't leave for like an hour. That's a... Y'all, Hari brought up a really good point here. So for me, I'm not a money-hungry kind of guy. I do manage my money fairly well to where I've never show up to work in this situation of like, I've got to make money, y'all. I've got to make some money now. Like, I never want to put myself in that situation. So if I got a 5-table section and someone wants to sit and chill, that's cool. That is cool with me. That is fine. Take your time, chill out. I'll be over here eating a cookie. But for some people, for some servers, most servers, I would say, they don't like that, just because, you know, that's how they're going to make money, is off these 5 tables. And if you sit there for a while, you know, you're essentially taking away 20% of their income for the night, unless you tip accordingly and overcompensate. So that's a pretty good question. Thank you for asking that, Hari. So thoughts on that? Yeah, I think that was the thoughts on that. So for me, no big deal, because I don't put myself in that situation where I need money. But for some servers that show up that day really needing money, yeah, they're not going to like that. Worm says, Hari, it depends on how close you are to closing and how busy you are. Oh yeah, now if it's at closing, oh no, that's sin. That is sinful. Especially if the restaurant's already closed, and I've done that to so many people. So, like, the restaurant closed at 10. It is midnight. What are you still doing here? Excuse me for cleaning up around you. Sorry, not sorry. Jason says, I tried to kill the fruit flies, but sometimes they're too fast. Dang. Fourth Quarter Fitness says, last time you got a shiny Eevee when I was here, and subscribe. Bring him the good luck. Hey, welcome back, Fourth Quarter Fitness. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Glad to see you again. The shiny Eevee, yeah, it's been probably maybe a week or two. In the meantime, we did, here, I'll show you what we got. I think we got, I don't know if you've seen the legendary birds, but we did get a shiny Articuno. We got a shiny Mewtwo. And on the last stream, we got a shiny Pikachu named Burger. So yeah, welcome back in. Worm says, if you hang out past closing, whoops, hold on. If you hang out past closing, some places wait for you to leave so that they can affect servers' timing. And staying at a table for long periods means others can't sit there, so it's a popping day, or taking the tables from the others, or adding wait time for the next customer. Yeah, essentially, yeah, it's just not a very mindful thing to do unless you've already talked to the server and been like, hey, like sometimes, like if it's a football game and I'm out in town somewhere, out of town, and if I just want to sit at the bar and watch a game, I will tip that bartender really good if I'm going to sit in that seat for 3 hours when they could be turning and burning, you know what I'm saying? But it's hard for other people to see those kind of things when you haven't worked in that industry. So it's kind of glad we're kind of bringing that up and bringing awareness to it. Rob says, how have you got a shiny? I've never found any. It's only because I use multiple screens and speeds it up. Otherwise, I'd probably still be looking for my first shiny. So keep it up, Rob. Keep it up. It's all about having fun anyway. Yeah, and I need to make some videos. letting people know how to shiny hunt like this. I'm sure a lot of y'all would love to know. It took me a while to figure it out, but I'm gonna be very transparent on everything. Worm says, sounds like the drains needs a good deep cleaning, Jason. Nova says, if you're the last table of that server on the night, there's nothing else for that server to do but wait for you. Oh yeah. And see, at this old place I used to work, you know, like I said, the kitchen would close at 10, but the bar would stay open to 12. Well, you can't leave till after the bar is done because you've got to help clean up the bar, right? So I just didn't like that system. It's like, I'm making $2 an hour. Like, my last table left at 9:30, you know? But I've got to wait on other people. I hated that system there for hours. I blame that for me becoming an alcoholic. It was just like, what else am I going to do? I've got nothing to do. I'm ready to go home. There's a bar right here. Sit and drink. I can't blame it on that. I take full responsibility for being a dumbass for becoming an alcoholic. I just don't have the discipline with it. I thought I did. And just in case y'all are wondering, nothing bad happened for me to stop drinking. It was just one of these personal things that I've been doing with for a while. And when I finally got a hold on it, went 4 days without drinking. I was like, let's see if we can't do 7. And after 7, I was like, let's see if I can't do a month. After a month, it was like, we're about to go a year. Neva says, it could also be the grease trap, too, causing that problem. Talking about with the fruit flies. Yeah, I was trying to wonder, like, how, is there any kind of, like, maybe potatoes just sitting around? It is a good question. And Ahari says, usually my friends and I will catch context clues, but if we see empty seats around us, we will just sit and talk. That makes sense. Worm says, I found shiny Caterpie and Sun and Moon. I wasn't even hunting. It just popped up and I added it to my team into a late game. Nice. It's a nice little late addition to the team. Worm says, exactly. It's all by feel. It's a slow day with slow business and plenty of open tables. It's not an issue to hang out for a long time at restaurants. They probably appreciate the business and company. Yeah, and to some degree, if it's a really slow day and it's a midday, it's like, hey, no, why don't you? We appreciate you sitting because it looks like we're open and we got business. You know, so it could be one of those situations too. But for the most part, like I said, it doesn't really matter to me because I try not to put myself in a situation financially where I need to show up and be like that. Be like, yo, here's your check. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Jay says, same. I wasn't able to have just to have a few. I had to go days and days. Yeah, and see, that was the thing with me is, I kind of always used it as an excuse as a server that when I drink or when I take shots, I'm more of a people's person. I'm more lively. I'm more open. I'm maybe even friendlier. But that's just kind of the nature of the beast with alcohol. If I'm in a good mood, I'm going to be in a really great mood on tequila. If I'm mad and I'm on tequila, now I'm ready to fight. Let's see about it. Let's see what them hands are about. So, really glad to be past that point in my life. And Neva says, well, I'm going to head out. I got another long day tomorrow. Yeah, I got to work again tomorrow myself. So I hope you have a great night, Nova. Actually, I'm probably about to call her quits on the night myself. Let's do one more reset, y'all. Let's do one more reset. Well, it has been a really good stream, y'all. We are, I checked just a second ago. We are over 2,100 views, so well over 2,000 views on the night. Oh, big W there. I still got half a monster left. I didn't even drink it. But I probably need to use this time between tonight and tomorrow night. Make a thumbnail, get us set up and ready for another hunt. Duplicate the save files, yada yada, and all shebang. But anyway, I just want to say thank y'all. Y'all have been so good to me in this community. My words cannot articulate my thanks to you. So thank y'all for all spending time every day and night to be here, and thank y'all for just being amazing people and just showing them absolute standard of hospitality. I love y'all so much, and thank y'all. Like I said, not tomorrow night, but the next night we will be back with another shiny hunt. So I want y'all to take care. I've really enjoyed the conversations tonight, y'all. They've been on point. It's been a really good hunt, and I'm glad May and Slowpoke popped in, for their birthday, and we found May her shiny Shroomish. So all in all, very W night, very W. So I think we'll call it quits here, folks. Again, love y'all, and I'll see y'all again soon. Y'all be good.